Uh, the funniest thing directly about this is the fact that I was supposed to be actually working on a whole nother video. I mean, which I am. I do have another video I'm still working on, and technically also playing some Battlefield because Battlefield 6 is pretty dope as moment in time. Dope. If you haven't tried it out, go play it. But I ran across a video dealing with a African that was talking like real crazy. And went through a lot of things of like, oh, Black Americans are tethering directly off of our resources, and saying that Trump and many others are basically our white daddies, and calling us cowards, and how it is that Black Americans don't deserve Black Americans and pretending you don't deserve reparation. I'm like, how do y'all still run y'all mouths knowing the fact of how in total Africa is in shambles? Shambles. Like European and many other nations still have their clutches, still have a grip directly on a lot of these places, a lot of these nations. But yet you still find a way to get directly on TikTok and many other social media platforms to talk specifically about Black Americans, right? So let me just give you a clear-cut example of this.
As far as I'm concerned, FBA's pretendians don't deserve reparations. Okay, they claim to be a $5 trillion community, right? But still live on food stamps. So what is reparations going to change? They still depend on the government for everything. Education, housing, feeding, and everything. Transportation, everything. So what's the point of reparations? You already live off the white man. You already live off the white man. So what's the point of reparations? Right? They gave you EBT. Right? That was not enough. They gave you PPP loans. Some of you have not even paid back those PPP loans. Right? No, if they give you, if they...
First of all, let me just pause it right here. First of all, how are you going to sit up there and talk with those cracked, chapped ass lips? That's why he keeps sitting up there licking his lips, because he's in the whatever dry ass area of Africa that he's currently in at this moment in time. And then his lips are so chapped that he has a split directly in the middle that is still trying to heal. And he got the nerve to get on camera, think he really sitting up there saying something. This is what I said in my current other video that I'm still working on this moment in time. For the Africans, they got problems directly with Black Americans. When are y'all going to stop sucking European dick? That's all I'm asking. I think that's a pretty straightforward question. I try to be as straightforward and as direct as possible. When are y'all going to stop sucking European dick? Why is it possible that Europe is still in Africa currently at this moment in time? Why is it that the UK, which is known as the place where the sun, what is it? The sun always rises, sun never sets. However it is that they basically got. Why is it that's even still a thing? Why haven't y'all fully thrown out the UK and Europe directly out of Africa? Right, in a joint effort, right? We got 54 countries, we got tribes, we got traditions, and da 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 da. If y'all got all of that, why can't y'all band together and stand 10 toes down in unison as a group, put all y'all differences aside, and kick Europe directly out of there? I'm waiting. I'm just waiting. Europe as a whole, because a lot of those places up there are landlocked. They depend on African waters. They depend directly on the trades, right? Oh wait, hold on, let me catch that. Somebody said ban Black people. This is what we're going to sit up there and do for you. We're going to ban your bitch ass directly up out of here. That's what we're going to do. How about that one? Suck a dick somewhere else. How about that one? How about that? Anybody else willing to pull up to this live stream at this moment in time and write some dumbass shit? I promise you, I am banning you while talking shit directly about you. I promise you, today is that day. Today is that day. I will promise you. Pull up to the scene and leave a comment. Be stupid. Be stupid like the first person that just pulled up to the scene. Pull up. Pull up. Ass will get banded today. Nobody's going to give a fuck about your comment here. I am king here, not you. You are a peasant. You are nobody. The only reason you exist, the only reason that you are currently here is because I exist. So I need all bitches to currently know their place at this moment in time. Today is not the day. Today is not the day. Today is not the day. Like, this is crazy out here. So I look who's that? Who said hate for Europe? You know how many lives Europeans have basically taken from all over the world? Do you understand how many lives Europeans have? Matter of fact, I did a live stream on this. This ain't even. I don't even need to go directly back into that. If anybody want to know, you can go back and look at one of the previous live streams that I did. Oh, somebody said, "What is this?" No problem. We're gonna get you because obviously some people can't read. Now they say that black people are uneducated and can't read. I clearly got a fucking title directly up there. If you as a grown ass adult that I know is older than me come into this bitch asking what is this live stream about, you're getting banned. I'm about to start treating y'all like low tier god and start calling a lot of bitches out here tier sexuals. That's what we're about to be doing today. Like I said, I don't got time. The moment I feel like you're getting stupid directly out here, you're automatically getting banned. Somebody said, I don't know why the screen is frozen. I got you, no problem. Banned. Who else is writing? Oh, somebody said fatigue. It's almost a bannable offense. It's almost a bannable offense. You're getting real close. Getting real close. But anyways, like I said before, it's real crazy. Oh, we got another person. I got you, no problem, because obviously you can't type quick enough. That ass got banned. I got you, no problem. No problem. No problem. Oh, we got more bitches directly in here. Oh, I got you, no problem. Bam. Oh, we about to have a band party directly in here. I love it. Shout out to all the hoes in here coming through, looking to get banned. Shout out. I love the trolls. Who else? Who else is trying to sit up there and get banned? Somebody asks if I'm FBA. It don't matter what the fuck I am. I am whatever the fuck I say that I am. I'm not sure why it would specifically matter. I'm a representation of Black Americans. That's all that matters. That's it. Let me see what we got. Let me try from 617 Boss Town. Hey, much love and appreciation to him. What is up? What is up? What is up? Somebody said don't even know what's going on. Let me see. Somebody said you're not even representing nothing. I got you, neighbor. Get that ass banned. Like I said, pull up to the scene and be stupid. I don't got no problem. I don't got no problem. Your asses will be the fuck up out of here. You will have to get into a whole nother account real quick. I'm not even tolerating the trolling. What we got? 261 people here at this current moment in time. Try me. But anyways, we're going to continue on with this video and many others that this man has and what it is that he has to specifically state about Black Americans.
They give you reparations today. What are you going to do with it? Make the Chinese richer? Make the Koreans richer? Right? You're probably going to spend it on chicken and sneakers. That's wasted money. No. You don't deserve shit. No. What are you going to do with it? Tell me. Let me know what you FBA pretensions are going to do with reparations that you've been unable to do with the 5-point-something trillion you have. What? What you going to do with it? Pay child support? You're definitely not going to pay child support. We know that you still...
Oh, that's cool. What was that? Oh, somebody said they just reported me. Damn, that's fucked up. No problem. I got you. Who was that again that said that? I got you. No problem. Get that ass banned. Who else that we got the fuck up in here today that decides that they want to sit up there and be stupid? Hold on, let me check. Let me check. I'll leave you there for the moment. You said you ain't representing ish, bro, and someone disagreeing doesn't make him a troll. No, actually, it let me explain something real quick, right? If I say something directly on my platform, because I created this, I represent this, it's law. It's whatever the fuck I say here. Right now, outside of that, that's cool. It's whatever it is. You're not going to sit up there and come here and tell me who's not a troll and who is a troll. If I dictate and state that that person is a troll by my point of view, they are a motherfucking troll. It does not fucking matter what it is that you think, because again, you are in the comment section. I need people to sit up there and know their direct place when it comes to this shit. There's only one voice sitting here talking. You're not talking. Nobody can hear you in the darkness and the emptiness of space. That's why you're in the comment section typing. Like I said, there's motherfucking levels directly to this shit. I need people to fully understand what that is, how that works. We got another person calling somebody a clown. Got you. No problem. Get that ass banned. Who else we got up in here? Who else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Somebody said that you was gonna troll. No problem. I got your troll right here. Get that ass banned. Thank you for your honesty. Who else am I banning here today? Let me see. You said, am I a troll? I got you. Get that ass banned. No problem. Who else do we got? Oh, you told me to shut up and play the video, suck a dick, and get banned. I got you today. Y'all thought you really think. y'all must have, I don't know what y'all think this is today. Get that ass banned too. Who else we sitting up here banning? What else we got? Who else? Full of comments. Get that ass banned. No problem. You out of here too. Oh, people just asking to get banned. No problem. I got you. I will oblige that. No problem. No problem. Who else? Let me see. Somebody said, if you ban, you're gay. I guess so. So you're getting banned too. Shout out to the rainbow. Tippy was like, I'm here, please don't ban me. Well, Tippy, so we were starting off basically talking about the whole title of the video. You got Africans and many other people deciding that they want to sit up there and talk shit again about Black Americans, right? And I, as a Black American, a person that you've known for, multiple years, decided to take a stand and want to, in a sense, give an opinion directly about other people's opinions, when it deals to this. And this African with the chap lips decided to get online and state that Black Americans don't deserve reparations, when again that conversation has nothing to do with him at all. He should be more so focused on the togetherness of the African people and how it is that they can flourish and actually grow and become some type of a Wakandan, society or whatnot or whatever, and do that. But as I stated before, for whatever reason, the same thing that a lot of these Africans like to sit up there and say, where it was like, oh, you Black Americans, you got all of this energy for everybody else or for, your own people, but you never have this for white folks. We got this energy for everybody. Hey, I got everybody directly in representation in this comment section. When they pull up, I don't give a fuck who you are. It'll get to the point where I will hate all of you evenly. that's how even I believe in equality. I'm not going to hate you because of your sexual orientation, because of your religion, in a sense, because of your color, creed, or where it is that you come from. If it comes to a point in time that you decide to say something stupid, I'm just going to hate you in general. That just is what it is. If you don't like that, then you can talk to whatever God that you believe in, kneel down and kiss the ring, however it is, whatever it is that you do, sacrifice whatever children to Baal, Moloch, and all this other type of stuff, or whatever, paganish type of stuff that you do. Go out there and do that, right? But yeah, I'm just saying. That's pretty much how that works. Somebody said I can ban my dad if I knew who he is. I actually met my dad when I was 18, so I actually do know who he is, and I actually took a picture with him. Good job on that, because you failed. Shout out to the Caucanites out here. Get that ass banned. Who else do we currently have at this moment in time? Somebody said just ignore them, dude. The counts help your channel. It's easy to ignore people. The problem is with ignoring people. Let me just highlight you real quick. No problem. I got you. Right. That's a very sensible response, right? When you do something for so long, for 5 to 6 years, it gets to the point where it's just annoying, right? You can ignore things as much as you want to. Like you can have a mosquito, or maybe a fly directly in the room. You can ignore it if you want to, but it'll get to the point where it's like, oh, you're ignoring me. Let me sit up there and see how close I can fly. Let me fly directly, in between like your vision. Let me fly real close directly to your face. Let me land right. And then it gets to a point of like, okay, now I got to do something. So that's the point that we're currently at this moment in time, right? A lot of people want to fuck around and find out. So a lot of people are going to sit up there and find out real quick. Um, you said, come on, man, like you're saying that Europe is shit, but like we both know, you don't mean that. What did Romania do to wait? What did Romania do? What did Estonia do? You thinking Spain and France and don't rope in everywhere else? This is the thing. This is how I need you to understand this because obviously you may be European, so maybe you might not have a clear cut understanding of how Black Americans happen to work. The moment in time that you have people that sat idly by in silence and even heard words or whispers of things that just so happen to have, happened or gone on, pretty much we figure that everybody is in cahoots up until further notice. That's pretty much how that works, at this moment in time. So like I said, if I happen to talk about Europeans, I will also talk about the Africans, and I also put the Arabs in there, and I also put the Asian man directly in there as well too. And again, you have a variety of groups that have sat idly by while things were transpiring and going on and decided not to do or say anything directly about it, even still currently at this moment in time. Right, you got let's say just for sake of the story, you got Africans up there in Europe that are getting mistreated by Europeans, and I'm just saying by Europeans, so that's just in general, right? And do you think that any of these other places are really trying to do anything or speak out against it, or treat people as human beings? Nah, because a lot of people are like, yo, we want our space to be our space. Right, you got some people that might be like Estonian or something like that. They want their place for Estonians. They ain't trying to have nobody else directly there. So in order to get them people out of there, they're going to treat them a certain type of way. I'm not saying that the Estonians are doing it. I'm just giving them as an example because you just so happen to list them. Like I could just sit up there and list Latveria just because I don't want to offend people, even though I really don't care. But it'd be like that. What else we got up in here? Let me see. What else do we have? I am just trying to see. Somebody said get a job, your mom's a hoe. What else we got directly in here? Somebody said this man is seething. That's fine. That's fine. That's a all right one. Somebody said, bro, Africa has a large Muslim demographic and they hate on everyone, even other Africans. I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. Somebody said it has nothing to do with him and his kind. Remember all the joke. Wait. Remember all the jokes, sayings that we're lazy, but everything you used and do is from us. Yeah. Even in the video that I got coming up, I was listing the fact that when it deals with Black Americans, just look at all of the Black American inventors that we have and all of those inventions that everybody uses around the world still to this day. Like I said, take Black Americans out of the situation. It's going to be looking bleak for a lot of people. It's crazy. Diabolical in nature. Let me see what else we got. I would join ICE right now if it wasn't already disabled from serving the country. Somebody said take a picture with him, stop flexing. I don't even know what that even means. Let me see. Wait. Somebody said white privilege is working hard and raising your kids as the standard. Blacks just have to be accommodated by EBT housing, endless scholarships for your skin color, and you still fall short. That is diabolical. That you actually just so happen to believe that. Let me see. Where where did we go? What? Right, because somebody says something about welfare and EBT. I'm not sure if anybody can read that, but let me just sit up there and read that directly for the class at this moment in time, because I love when people want to try to talk about Black Americans, but like, oh, you guys are EBT and this, that, and the third, and yeah. Right. So it says, what race receives the most government assistance? And this is in 2025. They said among the population that receives welfare, 43% are white. The biggest chunk of welfare recipients are non-Hispanic whites. Hispanics make up 28% of all welfare recipients, followed by non-Hispanic blacks at 23%. Meanwhile, other ethnicities like Asian Americans and Native Americans account for 8% of all recipients. And that is of January 20th of 2025. So for whoever keeps saying the whole thing about welfare and black people, you can go fuck yourself. Chalk that one up. That's what you can do. Let me just leave that up as I go through the comment section, because I'm pretty sure more stupid will be followed up by more stupid. Another person said, this is one nation of a man that's a hater. Thank you for hating on us, because this will show how much you and your kind know so-called Black American people mind our business regardless of what is now. I guess. I'm not sure who that person was referring to, but whatever it is. Let's see. Somebody said you can't elevate one minority group. I guess you can't. Somebody said, spell check. They all are part of a problem. Somebody said, I just subscribed to your channel. Real recognize real. No fake is allowed. We are Aboriginal. Gotcha. BC said generational Section 8 food stamps and free phones is reparation. Again, like for the white folks out there, you do realize that the first people on like the Social Security and on the welfare was, one was a white woman and the other one was a white man. Like that's the craziest thing, to like try to make it seem as though like, yeah, the government, like you guys used to be slaves, so we had to, you know, fix the situation and play nice, you know, even though we didn't have to, and we came up with these systems, you know, to help you guys. But what happened was we came up with the system to help you guys, to elevate you, you know, we didn't have to do it, but we did. And you guys just generationally want to be on it. Really? You guys take up the most of all the resources here. That's the most craziest thing. The craziest type of logic that comes directly from white folks directly out here. Y'all really believe that anything that is directly negative in America is automatically attributed to black people. So when y'all sitting up there going through like the fent crisis and the opioid crisis, let me guess, somehow, some way, y'all wanted to attribute that to what? Oh, it was a hardcore black drug dealers from the hood, from the ghettos of Detroit, right? Coming into our nice, great, beautiful suburbs and just drugging us out, right? So, come on. Like I said, because y'all can't get it through your thick skulls that you are the problem, this is why you still have drug abuse directly in your communities running rampant. This is why your kids, as young as 12, if not lower, are being hooked on these drugs that normally you would just see adults or people who are already strung out naturally on. This is why your kids were sitting up there doing that K2 at a moment in time. This is why your kids, because they have an addictive behavior, this is why they be buying up the vapes. Because they're like, oh, we don't want you doing weed, we don't want you doing cigarettes, but you guys are fine with them doing vapes, even though it says directly on the vape cartridge that is worse than cigarettes. Wow. Let me guess, somehow, some way, you're going to attribute vapes to the blacks. The blacks are corrupting our community. They're corrupting our white society. Crazy work out here. Shout out to the Caucanites. Shout out to the Caucasians. Shout out to you guys. Because, dear Lord, if this country is going to go down, you are going to be the main ones to do it. You're going to be the main ones to sit up there and do it. Crazy work out here. Let me see what else we got. Somebody said, let's be honest. Somebody said, why are you making it about color? You know, normally for a split second, I'm like, I really wanted to, you know, sit up there and ban you. But the craziest part is, it's like, for the most part, you saying about color, I'm like, at the moment of time, the Venom symbiote is black. That is a color, correct? And then the rest of it, in order to highlight stuff, of course, is white, just so that you can sit up there and see it. But even though we know that, because clearly Peter Parker has a red and blue and black, outfit with the outlines of the web and whatnot, we can clearly determine that that is the color. But when he put on the Venom symbiote suit, we said it was what? The black suit. Why would we make it about color? Why won't we just say that Spider-Man has a brand new suit? Why would we have to sit up there and put it big bold letters on the comic book cover, black suit Spider-Man? Isn't that a little bit weird? This is the type of stuff that y'all like to sit up there and do whenever it is that people want to specifically point out different things and who and those parties who are being attributed to those negative things directly out there. That's exactly how you guys like to sit up there and sound. You guys always want to try to make it seem as though that, oh, you guys are not about race, you guys don't focus on race and all this other type of stuff, but inherently you do. Whenever it is that you guys live directly in your white suburbs, you do. You ain't trying to see nobody else different that is there. And that's just being real. And that's cool. Like I said, if white people, this is the thing. For the white folks out there, if y'all could actually just be honest for a second and just admit the fact that it's like, yo, you don't want other people outside of you being there. That's cool. Y'all were just sitting up there making a whole white society somewhere off in the woods in the Ozarks. That's cool. Black people did not care. We are literally rooting for you at this moment. It's like, all right, white people getting back to to nature. That's right. Get back with those grizzlies and those mountain lions. Go right out there. Give them some great, big, nice hugs. Go right out there. Have a ball. Have a ball. Right. But even within that community, I was able to get some whispers and some words that people are having disagreements. People are not seeing eye to eye. You got people moving directly out of those communities. That's a little bit weird. Blacks have nothing to do with that community at all. So why would white people have a disagreement? You should all be on the same wavelength. You should all be on the same path when it deals with you wanting to see yourself, being around yourself, accommodate yourself, raise your kids and teach them and all. Like, y'all should never have a disagreement because you're trying to fulfill and do this whole ideology of like you have pride because you are white and all this other, which that is a little bit weird within itself because nobody told you that you can't hype yourself up. Nobody said that. Black Americans never made any type of laws, rules, or regulations that said that you can't be proud of you, right? Which is being white. But we do know that Black Americans have been targeted throughout historically here in the United States. And we can see that by a variety of laws. We can see that by color codes. We can see that by segregation and all these other things that has transpired. And then within that, within proximity, if you had somebody white that was associated or near somebody black, you guys would treat them even worse than the black folks. But yet y'all pull up to the scene and be like, oh, why does everything have to be about race? Why are blacks so focused on race? Because y'all started it. We automatically, inherently, we don't actually care about race. We just normally see a person as a person. That's how black people are. We see a person as a person. The whole thing of race really doesn't come up until people make that an issue, up until people make that a stand, up until people want to divide themselves directly on that. So like I said before, if white people at this current moment in time want to get mad at black people talking about race, you only have yourselves to blame for that because we never wanted this whole fight. We never wanted this whole battle. We just wanted to be seen as human beings. But I know that gets past a lot of smooth brain people, so that's why we are currently where it is that we currently are, and this is why you currently see the main image right in front of your screen because a lot of people still want to be ignorant. They want to make black people black Americans the main poster child of welfare. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We are not doing that today. That's crazy. We got somebody else in there. Get that ass directly banned. No problem. Somebody said, what does FBA stand for? Okay, so since you're being cordial and you're asking a general question, I'm going to tell you to use the same phone of which that you are on at this moment in time. Type that into Google and they will give you an answer. I get that you're new to this, but I don't really got time for a lot of nonsense. So yeah, that is currently what we're doing. I'm just rolling through these comments at this moment in time before I continue on to these videos. Somebody said, why can't Americans get rid of all of the looting, freeloading, delusional, unstable ninjas thinking that they are kings and ish when they are just bums. The funny part is I actually want to highlight your comment because I actually like your comment, right? I like this type of honesty directly out here because a lot of you Europeans don't even European immigrants, I'm sorry, what you guys, because you're not actually Americans. The actual Americans were the indigenous copper color folks that were originally founded here. And after you guys tried to do whatnot or whatever, a swap, a rule, destiny swap, whatever it is that people want to sit up and call it, you then took on the brandings of being American and then wrote the definition and all this other type of stuff so that you could have a way in order to get away with the land like you normally do around the planet. So the main problem with that is a lot of Europeans that came over here were vagrants. Um, they were individuals that went after the family, which is, if you look at the stats right now where it deals with people committing crimes against the family, you will see on average with a high propensity that is white men. It has nothing to do with black men at all, but nobody wants to talk about that. Y'all want to talk about crime, y'all want to talk about welfare, y'all want to talk about government assistance and all these other types of things, but y'all never want to talk about the crimes committed against families and how it is that white men are the main ones doing those crimes. Isn't that crazy? But y'all want to talk about eradicating all of the crime directly out of these urban ghettos, these urban areas. Well, just say that you want to get rid of blacks out of the United States. Y'all want to put them elsewhere because you feel that will alleviate and make everything, the situation in America, better for you. When actually it wouldn't. Black people are the greatest scapegoat that white people have ever created. That's the best way I could sit up there and put it. Because in order for y'all not to actually focus in on the problems of your community and what has been happening in America, you always go right back to talking about Black Americans in some type of negative way, shape, or form, and or light. This is what y'all like to sit up there and do because you can't deal with yourselves. You can't deal with yourselves, right? And now what you guys have done is that you've substituted Black Americans and you've put other people technically in that place for the blame game. But because you guys have decided to come up with rules and regulations and you guys got bored with everybody else, all the immigrants that you brought directly in for innocent slave labor, and you got to, you're trying to put them back because make America great. Now you're going right back to Black Americans and doing the same thing historically that you've always done. But at the end of the day, you guys are the main exact problem of why it is that America is suffering. Black Americans have nothing to do with the trillions of dollars in debt. Like I said before, it's crazy that we spend so much money on defense, right? We spend more money on defense than any other country directly out here, or at least so I've heard. But yet y'all let 9/11 happen. I'll let that sink in. I'll let that sit for a minute. We spend more money on defense than anybody else out here, but yet y'all let 9/11 happen. Okay. Okay. This is crazy. That's crazy. And the craziest thing is that in a variety of ways that Black American men and women are kings and queens directly in their own right. The crazy part is you can never actually claim that because a lot of y'all basically ran directly where it is that you came from. And there's a certain family that are allowed to be kings and queens because they practice, how can I put it, a type of breeding over there in Europe where they make sure to keep everything in a family. So because they keep everything in a family and nothing gets to leak out, this is why you guys stayed in the poor position that you always were and always have been over there in Europe. And you guys wanted to run. So you did what everybody else does, and you found somewhere else to basically lay claim to because you were done with being seen a certain type of way. So you wanted to build something up, quote unquote, for yourselves. You didn't want to be under anybody else. But at the end of the day, y'all did the exact same thing y'all did in Europe. You propped yourselves up and then allowed a 1 percentile to basically be the representative of you and to control every single thing and to treat you like children at the end of the day. And I'm talking specifically to the white Americans directly out there. You enable the rich and the 1% to do what it is that they currently do at this moment in time. You're currently allowing the government to do what it is at this current moment in time. And for the white people out there that are happy about everything that's going on in DC with police and everything being militarized and all that other type of stuff, I want you to know at the end of the day, I'm happy for you that you are happy. I have no problems that you are ecstatic. I have no problems that you feel that the police and Trump are going to get rid of the ills of all these urban communities and make them white again. Because at the end of the day, I know that what you allow to happen to us is going to happen to you. So I find peace directly in that. And as a Black American, and I'm just going to only solely say this directly for myself, right? Sacrifices have to, in a sense, be made, irregardless on how people feel about my statement or the sentiments directly on that. That's exactly what has to, things have to be done. Right. In order for people to get the message, in order for people to learn a lesson, everybody has to sit up there and lose. Right. Black people been sitting up there, losing and going through a lot of, so this is nothing. Right. We've been taking losses. We've been taking hits. So this is nothing. When it deals with the other demographics out there, especially when it deals with white Americans, when they are going to take this hit directly from their military, directly from their police, the main ones that they love, oh, back the blue, thin blue line, and they're praising the military. The moment in time that all of these people start going through their neighborhoods and door to door, and they start seeing tanks and all this other type of stuff rolling around, this is when you're going to sit up there and see me smiling. Because I'm going to look directly at all of you white folks and I'm like, this is what you asked for. This is what you looked for. Because you wanted it for the Black communities and you thought it was good. So again, what happens to us will happen to you, but it's going to be far more worse. And you don't even realize it, because what they're doing right now, and you're watching it in 4K, they're working on this, allowing and seeing how far socially, right? Because this is a social program. They're trying to see how far it is that they can get. Number one, because they want to do martial law. They can't start martial law with the Arabs, with the Arab Americans. They can't do it with the Jewish Americans here. They can't do it with European Americans here. They can't sit up there and do it with y'all. They can't do it with the Africans. They can't do it with the Caribbeans and many other people from the islands. They can't do it with the Asian Americans. They can't do it with the quote unquote Siberian Native Americans. They have to, in order for a martial law to start, it has to be us. It has to be, because that's how a lot of this change in the United States always took place. It didn't happen because of everybody else. It happened because of Black Americans. Number two, what they're doing currently at this moment in time is that while watching and seeing this social engineering process happen, they're also trying to perfect certain things. So as a lot of people like to sit up there and say that genetically they are stronger than everybody else directly out here, obviously that's not the case, because in order for them to try to perfect certain things, they tend to experiment on Black people. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to experiment on your own people, right? Blonde hair, blue eyes, right? That whole purity thing that y'all like to sit up to state, which means that from your standpoint that you guys are the creations of God, right? As the Mormons, like to sit up there and say that you are the purest form, right? And that Blacks are a curse, right? So it makes no sense to want to experiment directly on the lesser than, right? Because we wouldn't have the genetics, the body, and the genes to withstand all of that. You would actually want to do this to your own people, but that's not what you guys tend to do, because you actually know what it really is. So like I said, all I'm sitting up there saying is, for a lot of white folks directly out there, there's going to be a lot of things that y'all are going to have to sit up there and deal with. And at the end of the day, you're not going to have anybody Black to blame. You're not going to have nobody Black to sit up there and blame directly on that. It's crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Case in point, let me put it to another extent, like some I covered before. It's almost like the whole situation dealing with the farms, right? And at one moment in time, when Black farmers were specifically supposed to get monies because disproportionately they were receiving less than the white farmers directly out there, y'all, and I mean y'all, as in white folks who have farms, y'all got literally on the news, on mainstream media, started crying, and y'all wanted to do this all lives matter stuff, talking about, oh, but we're all farmers and there's no difference between them and us, and we're all feeding America, we're all struggling, and this, that, and the third. So you were already getting money initially from the government. When the government said that they were going to set aside money for Black farmers because disproportionately they're not getting the money that is just due, Black farmers literally sued the government and won, because they had proof that they weren't getting the money that everybody else is sitting up there getting. So not only were you getting money, but you're so lazy that you wanted to look at what Black people were getting, and you was like, instead of just us getting this, we need some of this too. So you wanted to get money hand over fist. Hand over fist. So now when you look at 2024, 2025, when Trump came directly, and was like, hey, we're getting rid of a lot of these other people and da 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 da, and send them back home. Who was on mainstream media, TikTok, and everywhere else sitting up there crying about this situation? White farmers. Color me surprised. Why aren't y'all sitting up there saying that we're all suffering? Black farmers are suffering too. And this is why ain't y'all sit up there trying to make it about everybody like y'all did before? Interesting. It's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. Y'all better sit up there and get y'all families directly. Y'all better get all those kids y'all raising on those farms to figure out those jobs. Y'all better buy some more machinery. Y'all better be getting some loans and all this other type of stuff to figure out how to do that. Because I don't know, for whatever reason, a lot of y'all fools thought that black people was gonna be running to those jobs. Y'all done lost y'all mind. We did it once. We ain't doing it again. And the only way that black people, black Americans, are going back into any fields and working is if we own those. We're not about to be doing that for you again. Like I said, y'all said we was lazy. So why would you expect us to go back to doing some type of work? Remember, we're government assistants. We're EBT and BET, right? So why would you expect us to go back there? That's crazy. Somebody said, I'm white and you can go F yourself. No problem, Christina. Get banned. Get banned. No problem. Let me see. That name sounds Hispanic. We're going to skip directly over you. Doesn't matter. What else we got? Let me see. Who is the minority group? Like I said before, y'all want to play around with these numbers and y'all always want to talk about per capita and percentages. But again, the demographic, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who's a part of this channel, if you know about, I think, well, who is it? Let me make sure I got his name directly up there. Cause like I said, he's doing God's work right now. I just want to make sure I got this man's name right. Right. Let me make sure. Yeah. Tim Tebow. I'm pretty sure a lot of Caucasians got a problem with him and don't want to sit up there and support him. They're sitting by, quiet directly on this guy. Let me just highlight this man's picture because he's doing the Lord's work. Because a lot of other white folks ain't about to do it, right? Because a lot of people want to make it seem like, oh, Seji, why do you hate us? I don't. This guy right here is a prime example. He is doing the Lord's work of trying to clean up his own community. He's highlighting a problem and a situation of what white folks don't want to talk about. Y'all want to leave this in a closet. Y'all want to leave this under the rug. Y'all want to have a lot of y'all kids traumatized and going through this and going through that. He's literally highlighting a problem, and he's going to white platforms talking about these problems, trying to reach you fools. And y'all ain't trying to listen. Y'all ain't trying to support. Y'all ain't really trying to be there. Like I said, y'all always want to be fixated on black folks. But when you have somebody who is white, who is fixated on fixing his community, it's dead silence. It's dead silence. You can hear a mouse piss on cotton. It's crazy. But y'all got the per capita and this and that. How about you actually protect your kids? For any white man directly in here where you want to always talk about statistics, talking about the black community and black men, how about you actually protect your daughters? How about that one? If we're trying to be real about something, how about you actually protect your daughters from your brothers? How about you protect your daughters from your grandfathers and your uncles? And better yet, how about you protect your daughters from you? How about that one? If you're trying to be real, if you want to talk about some statistics per capita and this, that, and the third, that's crazy work. And then on top of that, the white women out there that be siding by those exact same men, how about you actually call out the men in your family that are continuously doing this historically? This is the only man that I know of at this moment in time, Tim Tebow, who is out there literally trying to clean up the white community and get this directly out of there so these kids don't have to grow up in secrecy dealing with this trauma. And y'all sitting idly by always talking about black people, but you're sitting idly by and silent as your children are suffering by way of the men in your families. And also by the women too, because y'all know about it and still allow it to happen. Because I see a lot of y'all up here talking about some per capita, 13%, 50 this, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said before, when I've covered these types of stories before, none of y'all white folks have nothing to say. None of y'all white folks have nothing to say. Like I said right here, I don't even know who you are, but I love your comment. You said that I am so racist and hateful. How? Where? Where is SEIJIHITO in this argument? When I'm talking about protecting the family, which I've always done, and I've been penalized on social media for doing that, just to let people know. Just for trying to bring awareness to stuff like this, I've been penalized. And this is how I know that a lot of y'all don't give a fuck about nothing. Y'all want to get up here as grown-ass adults. Y'all want to run y'all mouths in these comment sections. Y'all want to be racist as all get out. But when it deals with the kids, y'all are silent. Y'all don't support platforms or anybody that's literally trying to protect your kids, even from you, from your families. But you got all of this voice up here. Oh, you're so hateful. You're so this. Where? Why? Because I'm talking about protecting kids? Because I'm bringing up a white dude that's literally doing it? This dude, correct me if I'm wrong, I could have sworn he played football. And he pretty much got done with that, and he moved into doing this. This is God's work. I would think that white people would actually, and a lot of other people, will be talking about this. But it's real funny how when you got men like this doing this, how nobody supports it. How many platforms do you really, out of all of the garbage and the dribble that these social media platforms give you on an everyday basis, talking about gossip, celebrities, other random stuff in the government, how many of those platforms will really prop up people like this? Barely any. I can tell you because I'm out here looking on social media. Everybody would really talk about what you bring to the table, relationships, this, men, this, women, that, all this other type of stuff, talking about trash. But when it deals with something that is real, all of y'all are silent. All of y'all are silent, but you want to pull up to the scene. Oh, Seji, you're so hateful. Yo, what's up, Brandon? What's up, man? What's up, man? Like, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Somebody said, you keep timing me out and improving my point. Actually, I didn't time you out. Probably my mods did. Shout out to my mods. But what we're going to sit up there and do is, since you said that I'm racist, I'm going to go directly into that, and I'm just going to ban you. No problem. So now you can fully believe that I'm 100% racist, and nobody's going to know what your comment is because they can't even currently see your name at this moment in time. So it doesn't matter because you don't matter. So like I said before, at the end of the day, when it deals with me covering a lot of these topics and a lot of these issues, and I'm specifically talking to the white folks directly out there, y'all do not care. Y'all don't care. It's crazy. So before I happen to do this, you got this person that said a lot of finger pointing to a whole community can't listen to you anymore. No problem. I got you. I just wanted to highlight your comment just because, and now you can sit up there and get banned. So now you at least know that I saw your comment, and now you got banned because of your comment because you wanted to sit up there and be deaf, dumb, blind, and stupid. Because I'm talking in generalities. I like to say generalities or generalizations and all this other type of stuff when it deals with things happening directly in these communities. And this is not just from me, in a sense, stating this. I've watched videos, documentaries. I've watched videos on YouTube. I watched videos on TikTok of kids, teenagers, and grown adults specifically coming out and talking about what it is that they suffered and gone through directly when it deals with their own community, specifically the white community. There's actual other groups and websites out here where people will sit up there and tell you their most sacred stories and then try to paint it as some type of pretty picture or a fairy tale when realistically what happened to them is wrong and it should have never happened at all from the first place, from the jump. But yet, like I said before, y'all want to pull up to the scene and talk about, yo, Seji, you're racist. You're this and you're that. All this other type of stuff. That's diabolical. That's crazy. The crazy part is I love your comment too, right? You want to talk about fatherlessness in communities when the first fatherlessness stories that I've ever heard dealt with the Wild Wild West. when it was time for the gold rush and all those other types of things, and white men was like, yo, I'm tired of my life here, and I want to sit up there and go see what's happening out west. I want to go out there or yonder, right? You left little Sarah and Billy directly to home to fend for themselves, and you literally told Sarah that, you know what, I'm not sure if I'm going to make it, I'm not sure where I'm going to be, but I'm always going to remember you, and I'll write you when I can. And y'all left, y'all dipped out. Y'all don't want to talk about that though. You don't want to sit up there and talk about none of that. You don't want to talk about none of the European men that will literally flee from Europe and come to the United States and leave their family and their kids. Right? You want to talk about fatherlessness when it deals with homes? How about the fact that you got a lot of white soldiers that go over to different countries when they're stationed and they want to have unprotected relations with those women there, get them pregnant, and then dip out? How about that one? Shout out to the white guys that's, stationed over yonder. And you got a wife and child directly at home, just praying that you make it home safely. Shout out to y'all for sitting up there creating broken homes. But y'all don't want to talk about that though. You don't want to talk about how those white men in the military move like Rolling Stones. Wherever he may hap is his home. Y'all don't want to talk about that though. But you consistently want to talk about what's taking place in the black community, even though it doesn't affect you. And even though the United States government specifically said that out of all of the groups, the ethnicities directly here, black men are both in and around their children and in their lives more than any other group. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical in nature though. That's diabolical. Diabolical. Matter of fact, I'm not even gonna ban you because I love when people want to sit up there and be stupid. And again, like I said before, because y'all can't actually focus in and y'all can't focus on yourselves, y'all can't even be by yourselves. This is why, in a sense, you want to be around other people. And I'm talking about specifically for the Caucanites directly out there. Y'all want to preach and all this. I'll put it like this: being born and raised directly in Detroit, heard for the longest time possible, decades upon decades upon decades upon decades, on how it is that y'all state that, yo, Detroit needs to be nuked. It's a wasteland. It needs to be bulldozed and all this, that, and the third. But all to come to find out that y'all are sitting up there moving into Detroit. And I'm talking about neighborhoods that I've been in and grew up in. I'm like, y'all said it was so bad, but why y'all going from the suburbs and moving into the inner city? I'm like, that's a little bit weird. Why y'all even here? Y'all said it was nothing here. Y'all said the school systems were subpar. Y'all said that there were no jobs and all this other type of stuff. You said that everybody black in Detroit was pretty much a pimp and a prostitute and drug dealers and all this other stuff. Y'all said all the most negative stuff directly out there. But yet, at the end of the day, I come to find that y'all are here. Why is that? That's weird to me. That's very weird. But like I said, this is what y'all normally sit up there and do. Right? It's the same thing that y'all do technically to the Africans, right? Y'all sit up there and give this portrayal of this picture of Africans being dirt poor and all this other type of stuff and yada, 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 right? And as a content creator, I'm like, yo, I find that very interesting on how white people basically describe and talk about Africans. So let me sit up there and do a deep dive myself and find out the different, cities of Africa and the towns and how it is that those things look. And they have a lot of places there that look beautiful. Stuff that America would never sit up there. No white American out here would literally show those beautiful pictures of those African cities and the buildings that they have and the hustle and bustle that's going on there. They don't want to show that. Every single time they talk about Africa, they want to sit up there and show you areas where people like living by tradition. So maybe they might have huts, right? They'll live directly in those communities and do things that way because that's how they've always done it, right? And that's their choice. No problem with that. But y'all try to always picture it as that if that is the whole of Africa, and it's not. Because y'all see the value, y'all see the worth there, and y'all don't want nobody else basically going there and be able to get something before you do. So you want to put out this portrayal. You want to put out this image. And that's what y'all have always done. And that's the main thing that I've understood and learned when I put out a video, when I specifically talked about, I think it was like I think I did like a top 10 or top 15 of African cities. And I wanted to show like how beautiful they look and all the other type of stuff. Like I said before, it's crazy how white people work though. That psychological warfare, it is crazy. Diabolical in nature. Somebody said, we have nothing to say because it seems like you're deleting comments, LOL. That's a personal problem. If you don't say nothing stupid, then I don't have a reason to sit up there and delete your comment or ban your comment. Like I said, I like, how difficult is that for people to sit up there and learn? I could literally state this to a child and they would understand it quicker than you would, and you're a grown adult. Like that makes no sense. If you say something stupid directly to me, or I perceive it as you being ignorant on purpose or whatnot, you're out of here. Why am I going to sit up there and like waste time and keep you here? For what reason? For what reason? Like I said, I get the fact that people talk about numbers and all this, but a lot of times numbers don't matter. You just want people that's like, yo, that's understanding the conversation, and they'll actually be able to have an intelligent conversation around the topic or the things that are being showcased. Like a lot of times, like I might allow like a lot of foolishness and stupidity to take place. That's cool. But I got other times where I'm like, yo, I already reached my limit. Today is not the day. I'm about to pack y'all up and get y'all on up out of here. Like I said, and if you don't like what it is that I'm doing, you can clearly move to other platforms. I keep telling people that you don't got to be here. I'm not doing anything to try to keep people here. You can move around as a grown adult. You got a whole phone in your own house or your car, wherever it is that you are. You might be at work, however it is at work, and you can just move around. Like I said, coming to try to complain about me deleting comments when I already sat up there and said at the first part of the live stream that this is what I was going to do is redundant and stupid. Like, dog, like, what is y'all doing out here? Like, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said, clean up the white community. Ha ha ha. Again, another non-believer. So he continued by saying, how about y'all raise y'all black children with fathers in the home? There are actually fathers. Shout out to Brandon B. World. This is a black American man, all black family, raising his kids in the house pretty much every single day. And I got many more fathers. I got my boy Deadpool, aka Jarrell. He is a single parent father, black father, raising his son on his own. And I got many more that I know and that I can sit up there and list. So, like I said, it's crazy to me that y'all want to pull up to the scene and y'all think that y'all actually got a gotcha moment. How about for the white families out there where y'all got the mother and the father in the household? How about y'all keep y'all kids off of drugs? How about that one? How about you keep your kids from ODing? How about that one? How about you save and keep your kids from being trafficked? How about that one? How about you keep your kids directly off of Roblox so they won't get groomed? How about that one? How about you do that? Why you want to sit up there and talk about black people and how it is that, you know, what's happening in the black community, raising kids? And how about you actually do a better job of protecting your kids? Matter of fact, you know, the funny thing is I actually have a video where there's a young, matter of fact, let me play that. Let me play. I'm not even gonna play around because y'all want to sit up there and be here and be stupid today. I was gonna save this specifically for a whole nother video, but I gotta give a shout out to another young white man out here. I gotta find this one real quick. Shout out to this young man right here. Let's listen to
gotten a legal complaint from Roblox. I'm not even joking. They have sent a cease and desist letter to me, and they've gone ahead and banned every account I own. And you might be wondering, what heinous crime did you commit to possibly deserve that? Well, what I did was get predators arrested on their platform. Actually, 6 of them. I got 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community. Some of them, the crimes are so heinous, I can't even say here on TikTok or wherever this is going. And the thing that's crazy about it is that Roblox has taken a more firm action against me, a person getting these people arrested, a person that law enforcement has made public statements saying that they are glad when people like me go ahead and give them information so that they can arrest these people. Roblox has sent me the cease and desist letter, not these predators. That is absolutely insane. And the other thing that's crazy about this is Roblox itself. It is a predator haven. There are games on Roblox like XYZ Public Bathroom Simulator. That's about 7 million visits, and the whole premise of the game is showering together with kids. That is the whole game. If you join it, you're going to see predators, you're going to see naked avatars, you're going to see people peeing and all this sort of weird stuff. If I was a parent and I saw that, I would be outraged. I would be totally outraged. And parents aren't aware of this, and it's so sad. I get emails from kids daily about all the horrible stuff that they're exposed to. I get emails from parents talking about what their kids were exposed to. And there are so many predators on this platform. It is actually unreal. So it's quite crazy to see Roblox go after me, a person trying to get predators arrested off of their platform, than the predators. Why? I don't get it. I don't understand.
So for the white folks out there that wanted to say a whole bunch of stuff, explain that to me. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. Just explain that to me real quick. And what was it? What was it that you said? You said small D energy. I didn't know that we were actually focused on body parts. I'm a little bit confused. And are you? And you're a white woman. Like that's a little bit weird to me. I'm a little bit confused. I wouldn't know what that is. I wouldn't know what that is. In all of my life that I have ever done anything, and again, I'm just a normal average dude. Um, I've never had a problem either being in a relationship or having consensual relations with a woman. Never had any type of problems at all. And I'm pretty sure during any of those encounters, because I'm normally honest, with people that I'm with, and I always ask for those people to be honest directly with me, so things can be on par and get better. I never heard once of a woman telling me that I was small. So yeah, like I said, I don't know who it is that you're dealing with. um I don't know where it is that you even got that from. um and to my knowledge, I just, if I, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that slang from like black women though? I could have sworn black women were the main ones to like literally, come up with that whole thing. But here you are, as a colonizer that you are, taking verbiage. It's crazy. It's diabolical. But it'd be like that. It be like that. It 100% be like that. Mm, 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 mm. Um, let me see. Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to actually tell me something about this video because like I said, a lot of people wanted to tell me some stuff that I was being racist by bringing up a lot of things. Like I said, I've done stories like this before, and this is a young male. And and let me just preface this by saying that this young guy is 22, and he stated that the reason that he wanted to do this because originally when he was younger he played Roblox, and he stated that he was groomed on Roblox, and because of that, psychologically that did something to him, which potentially led him to almost not being here. So when his mom gave out a call and tried to call at Roblox to let them know everything that was going on, Roblox was silent. They didn't say anything because they didn't care. So now that same young man that went through all of that is on social media with his whole face and everything out there, and he's doing what it is that adults are not sitting up there doing. It's crazy how somebody who went through this has to try to be the one to protect the others that are going through it right now. When adults, grown adults, silent, not doing nothing. Because like I said, why would he get a cease and desist from Roblox? He's trying to do good. He's trying to protect those who don't have a voice. He's trying to protect those of which their own parents ain't even trying to protect them. But he's the one that the company wants to come directly after, and not the grown adult males that are directly in there doing these things. But like y'all said before, Seiji is a racist though, right? Seiji's the one that's a racist because when I highlight stuff like this, y'all don't wanna attack that situation. Y'all ain't trying to get behind that situation. Y'all ain't trying to do nothing about that. Y'all ain't trying to make sure that the kids out here don't gotta suffer through these types of things. But y'all Seiji, the blacks, you guys are racist towards whites. You guys be using racial epithets and throwing rocks directly at us. You be doing this, and it's only solely because we're white. We did nothing wrong to nobody. It's crazy. That's some crazy. That is some crazy work, man. That is some crazy work. Like I said, this young man has to sit up there and do all of this work that fully grown adults should be doing. Uh, like I said, the white community. This is one of your kids who went through these situations. That's advocating, that's trying to protect the other kids coming up right now. Why aren't y'all supporting him? Why are y'all not backing him up? Why are y'all not sitting up there knocking on the doors and writing letters and leaving voicemails to Roblox, trying to make sure that this stuff stops and to tell Roblox to get off of his back? I thought the whole thing was to fix communities. I thought the whole thing was to sit up there and save. I thought like I said, wasn't it the government? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, right? To a lot of the white folks that's currently still here sitting in the background, correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't people sitting up there saying that these files existed at a moment in time? Didn't y'all have somebody on the FBI or whatnot or whatever say that they got the files on their desk and that they were going to relay and give the information out to people? And then the same government that said that these files existed then sat up there and turned around and told you that, yo, these files never existed? Huh? Excuse me, white people. Let me know how that works. Let me know how that works. How do names and people that were on these planes, these manifests, whatever, how do they just all of a sudden exist and then they don't exist? Huh? What happened? What happened? How does that happen? Like I said before, this is the same government that sat up there and been telling you since like the 40s and beyond that aliens didn't exist. And now in 2023, 24, 25, now they're like, oh, forget all the information. Actually, aliens do exist. Here, look at this this UFO that we found directly underwater, and look how it's sitting up there moving. We don't have technology like this, so you know it's an alien. Oh, matter of fact, let's sit up there and show you some of our military personnel and some of our greatest and fastest aircraft, and they actually captured video footage of these UFOs in action. Look at this. We don't have technology like that, so you know these aliens exist. Then they sit up there and tell you about some stuff in the solar system that's able to sit up there and move on pinpoint directions at high speed velocities. Really? But these are the same people that told you that they didn't exist, and if you believe in aliens, that you crazy and you a conspiracy theorist. Huh? All right. Y'all got it. Like I said, y'all just believe anything. Y'all will believe anything. Dear God. Dear God, had another person roll up to the scene. Somebody said, how do you know it's aliens? It's not the fact of knowing or not. It's the fact that the government at one moment in time told you that it didn't exist, and then for them to turn around and say that, yeah, it does exist. That's the main point. It's the main point to basically prove that the government has been lying to you, and it still is lying to you, right? I got to go back through this again. Some of y'all here are old enough to know the Patriot Act, right? Some of y'all voted on that shit, right? During that timeline, which then allowed the government to do what? They were going to spy directly on your emails. They're going to spy on your text messages, your voicemails, on your phone calls, and all that other type of stuff. Right. And then once y'all found out, y'all was like, oh my God, this is crazy. Da 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 da. But then you have the patriotic Americans. They was like, well, I don't mind the government spying and listening to my phone calls. It's not like I, as a patriotic American, have anything to hide. But if you, as an American, have something to hide, then something's wrong with you and not the government. Like I said, this is going to be the most funniest thing that's going to happen at this moment in time. And this is what's going to happen. The moment in time that another pandemic or anything serious takes place, and there are certain things, procedures that are meant to be followed, right? Everybody has the freedom to not do or to do, right? You have your own will. But if the government mandates it and basically says certain things, even when it deals within your home, your own neighbors, I'm looking directly at the white folks in the suburbs. Your white neighbors are going to be the main ones to sit up there and start calling on you for free. They're not looking for $300, $400, or $1,000 hot tip hotline to sit up there and turn you in. They will do it for free just to sit up there and show how good they are directly to this country. And at the core of core, you know exactly what it is that I'm talking about. You know those exact people that live directly in your community that would turn you in if the time directly comes for it, just because. But at the end of the day, hey, everything is about look at what the blacks are doing. Look at these black folks in their own communities. Look at the black folks on government assistance. Look at how it is that you guys are just absorbing all of the money directly out of America. All of our tax-paying dollars are going directly to the black community, and to their welfare and to their kids, and this all this other type of stuff. Like, this is how y'all like to sit up there and speak. $8 And this is exactly why, because you want to be so patriotic and you want to be so by the book when it deals with the government, this is why they're taking away Social Security. This is why they're changing the age of which you can age out of the workforce. So this is why a lot of people are going to be working older and older, more and more. And retirement is probably going to be in the 90s, because you guys allow it, because this is the government that you voted for. These are the people that you put directly into office. And again, I'm listing stuff that has nothing to do with black folks, black Americans, because y'all like to be so fixated and blame black folks that you guys are blind to the stuff that you guys just so happen to do. And that's the craziest thing. You guys, and I'm talking to the white Americans out here, you guys are allowing the rich to literally rob America. You can't blame black folks. We don't have no control or no power directly over this. Y'all said we're lazy, we're uneducated, we don't know. The only time that we weren't lazy was back in slavery and all this other type of stuff. We're just EBT, BET, and Section 8. That's what y'all like to sit up there and say, right? So that means in comparison, y'all have to be the most intelligent people directly out here, or the most intelligent fools, because I'm looking at America slowly falling. I'm looking at the government taking away all types of rights and rewriting things. Literally doing stuff in front of your face, doing stuff overnight when everybody is asleep, instead of being on C-SPAN letting everybody know what's happening. And y'all don't got nothing to say. Y'all don't got nothing to say. You're literally setting up your grandkids for failure at this moment in time, because your lack of an ability to take action. So your grandkids are going to try to have to fix the mess that you're creating and allowing to happen at this current moment in time. That's some crazy work. It's crazy. I guess Chuck can't actually get what it is that I'm specifically talking about. The rich, I'm talking about the 1%. Those who are on welfare, I'm talking about the poor. Whenever it deals with a type of society that is built on some type of funds, money, or whatever it is, there always has to be a poor demographic directly out here. There always has to be some type of slaves directly out. Matter of fact, let me just make it easier for Chuck to understand. White people, you are slaves. You are slaves. You are slaves. If you take a moment in time and you think about, right, America was supposed to be built for you in your image, right? Because you are the representative. Your founding fathers basically founded it for you and all this other type of stuff, right? How is it possible that people who represent you and who are of you come from pretty much the same communities or close proximity? How is it possible that the few are able to dictate to the many? When you guys were basically going through the fallout, right? And this is me just trying to have a simple conversation with white folks, right? This is just me trying to point out something. I remember that you guys were going through we had the financial crisis, and then we had the housing crisis, right? When you guys were getting put out of house and home and your families were out there on the streets, y'all had to live out in vans and all this other type of stuff. Y'all were going through some bad times, right? And that was back, what, 07, 08, 09, somewhere during there, the housing crisis and all that. When y'all were going through that, what were those rich folks doing for you? What was your government specifically doing for you? Because correct me if I'm wrong, because again, my memory might be a little bit old, but I remember that you had, what was it, like Ford and Chrysler? They got like bailed out. Like it was car companies that were getting bailed out, right? Banks were getting bailed out. But when it dealt with you, right, the blue collar, when it dealt with you, the face of America, when it dealt with you, the patriotic ones, America abandoned you. They left you directly on the side of the street. They left you just like trash. And what did y'all have to say about that? Nothing. Y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all still sit up there and go out here and vote. Y'all don't have no type of mouth for the 1%. Y'all don't have no type of mouth for those out here who are literally robbing and stealing directly from you. Right? Oh, give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Like, y'all didn't have nothing to sit up there and say. Right? So now we're at a point in time where for white folks, y'all got some of the best paying jobs and all this other type of stuff, schooling and whatnot, right? And y'all can barely afford to live. You can barely afford to have a family. So who are we going to specifically blame for that? Are we going to sit up there and say that, oh, well, it's the reason that white folks can't afford to, have a family like they used to in the early 2000s, the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, and so on and so on and so on. The reason why white folks can't do that is because of how Black Americans are pulling money directly from the government and how it is that they're doing this, that, and a third in America. Or are you going to actually be honest and sit up there and state that y'all messed up? And that you are allowing your government to literally rob you blind, to take everything directly from you. Because the one thing that I've realized over time is that a lot of you guys are willing to sacrifice something or whatever it is that you have in order to make sure that other people can't get it. It don't matter if it's healthcare. It don't matter if it's education. It don't matter if it's like the safety when it deals with like hospital care, food, water, whatever it is. You guys are willing to sit up there and sacrifice something so other people can't get up to where it is that you currently are. So this is why I sat up there and said before to all the white folks directly out there, everybody has to lose. Because in the craziest part directly about that is that even after everything is said and done, and everybody is on the exact same level of loss, y'all still ain't gonna learn a lesson. You're still going to find a way to find some type of normalcy and start the exact same thing over again, which is going to put everybody in the exact same place. And we're going to have the exact same conversation time and time and time again. And that's what's so crazy. Things could be a lot better off if people would actually just move with common sense and logic. But you guys refuse to sit up there and do that. Proof of which is that no matter what Black Americans have faced historically in the United States, we still try to give you guys some type of grace. We still try to have those conversations. We still try to educate folks and everything like that, because we know that whatever happens to us inevitably is going to happen to everybody else. And for whatever reason, we still actually care about everybody else when it has been shown inherently that everybody else does not care about Black Americans. But somehow we still find something within ourselves to be like, you know what, we can't sit up there and be like, we have to still sit up there and show up. We still got to sit up there and say, we still have to try. And I'm like, at this moment in time, what do we really got to try for? We lose for trying, we lose for moving, we lose for trying to educate. We lose no matter what it is that we sit up there and do. And all these other groups and people can clearly see what it is that Black Americans are trying to sit up there and do, work on doing. And the main thing that y'all always come through and do is talk disrespectful, talk negative. So this is why I said before, yo, just let it happen. Whatever happens with this government, just let it happen. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. Exactly. Right there. Shout out to Brandy V World, because usually I would sit up there and bring up a picture, but I forgot about it. Yep. If you convince the lowest white man, he's better than the best colored man. He won't notice. Wait, let me go back up because what's the move? He won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. And that was a white man that said that. This isn't me as a black dude up here just sitting up here running off and talking like y'all been sitting up here saying in this comment section. This is literally one of your own that y'all voted for, who said this directly to you. And he said this honest. But it's like all the time y'all want to sit up there and try to get mad at me. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that picture real quick. Let me try to see if I could find that picture. Let me see. Do I got that? I'm not even sure. No. Oh, wait. Actually, do we got it? Yeah, buddy. We at least got the picture. I got you. We got Brandy V World up there. Let me put this directly up there. Let me put this directly up there. Had the man pulling up to the scene. Hard working brother pulling up to the scene. Like I said, this is one of y'all guys. This is one of y'all guys, right? And he said this about y'all. What smoke do y'all got for him? Nothing. Y'all don't got nothing to say. All y'all writing in the comment section, oh, you guys are perpetual victims. You this and that and all this other type of stuff and yada 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 yada. You said Dan V said you're crazy. Many of us voted for Obama. I mean, black people voted for Obama too. So what are you saying? So like, what, you ain't saying nothing. I'm a little bit confused. Like, many of us voted for Obama because he promised for better health care for everyone. People are right. You are a hateful bigot. You make yourself the victim and you believe yourself to be by. I mean, nobody even knew that you were here. Like, you're up until I actually saw and found your comment, you were actually just talking to yourself. That's the thing that I find funny when it deals with a lot of the white folks that come directly through here. A few of y'all would actually come through and I can actually have conversations like Goth Peterson and a few others that have pulled up to the scene where I've actually been able to have some conversations, some back and forth directly with, and then we come to a middle ground. No problem. Like I said, logical people don't got no problem with that. People that actually want to have a conversation, I don't got no problem with that. But the moment in time that this is all you want to sum everything directly up to be, even though I'm literally putting stuff up there that you should be paying attention to, that's some crazy work. That's crazy. Like I said before, it's like you completely skipped over the fact where I had the young man up there, and I noticed a lot of y'all did that. When I specifically took about 5 to 10 minutes and I was talking about Tim Tebow and the other young man directly up there and what it is that they were doing specifically for the white community. These are positive white dudes out here doing something. And I'm highlighting this, but because what y'all say that I was racist, right? If I was racist, I wouldn't be highlighting them on a black platform. But yeah, I was, because they're doing God's work. But irregardless, I'm highlighting them, and y'all don't got nothing to say. Y'all don't have nothing to add on. You're not even trying to have a conversation and focus in on that. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, y'all prove my point every single time when I bring up topics like this. Y'all always want to move around. Y'all always want to move the goalposts. And then if I happen to bring up stuff like this, shout out again to Brandon V World for putting the comment directly up there. When stuff like this is also mentioned, y'all still move the goalpost. Y'all don't want to focus on exactly what it is. Like I said, it is all right to sit up there and take a L. Like, it's crazy. The diabolical part is, like, somebody said that Tippy is a bot. Tippy is my moderator who I actually know in real life. So you're actually the bot. You're actually the NPC. You more than likely don't have an internal monologue, and you more than likely can't even imagine an apple directly inside of your brain. You can't even do that. Most people can't even do it. So like I said before, you are actually the bot and the NPC, not Tippy. Like, Tippy is an actual real person that I've played video games with and everything of the sort. So it's like, that's crazy to me. And she has a blue name because she is a moderator. It's like... That's crazy. The only bot that I have is my night bot, and that's not even hooked up directly to the channel. So that's the only bot that I would, in a sense, actually have that's a part of this channel. That is also a moderator. But yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. The crazy part is, I didn't say that blacks are poor. I never said that black Americans are poor. That's the craziest thing. Because like I said before, when it deals with the demographic, you have certain people that you got different grades, right? You have people that are poor, you got people that are middle class, and then you have people that are middle class, basically meaning that you have people that earn above the middle class, and then above them you got a high tier middle class, right, the upper end. And then you'll start going into the avenues of which people are rich, wealthy, where they're pulling in those hundreds of thousands of dollars and whatnot frequently, where they own a multitude of these businesses and Fortune 500 and all this other type of stuff. And that also leads me into the other thing that I brought up before, and specifically speaking of white people. My mom sat up there and told me a long time ago, middle school, still, reference it and says it to this day, that somewhere during either her and my timeline, or specifically my timeline, there's no longer going to be a middle class. And the main thing, like I said before, as a Black content creator, I really should not even care. Really shouldn't even be trying to have a conversation with y'all, because I know that y'all not going to sit up there and listen. But I guess that's still, the human part of me, that has a type of empathy and sympathy for other human beings directly out there. Again, something that a lot of other people out there don't tend to have at this moment in time. So if you are paying attention to how the prices of milk, eggs, beef, and all the other type of stuff are currently going up at this moment in time, I also want to take a quick segue and reference the fact that I had a video back in about 2023, maybe 2023, 2022. I went all over about close to 100 factories in the United States that have been decommissioned, that have been injured, that have been made to stop producing in one way or another. It doesn't matter if it was almond milk, doesn't matter if it was chicken, don't matter if it was turkey, another type of poultry, if it was beef or eggs or whatever it is. A multitude of factories literally went down. Nobody was going to sit up there and feel the effects of that then. It's more so a chess move where you're going to feel the effects of that later on. There was also another video where a white woman who was a farmer, she was specifically talking about how it's getting costlier for her to sit up there and feed her cattle and get the feed and stuff that they need. So what's going to happen inevitably is that the cost of everything is going to be passed on to the consumer. And that was about 3 or so years ago that she said that. And now you, in 2025, you can currently see what it is that all of these things have, a common theme directly to how it's connected and how it has now affected the average everyday American. Like I say, I see tons of white folks on TikTok every single day complaining about the cost of living, how hard it is for insurance, just for a car, gas, just to even take care of themselves. And that's not even to mention a child, or even a child that might have a disability. So, like I said before, that's it's some crazy work. It is some crazy work directly out here. And it's insane how, things transpire. You said, do you listen to a bunch of white music? I'm not even sure what that even has to do with anything. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not even sure who he's even referring. He must have been talking to somebody else, I guess. Let me see. Tippy. Let me see. Yo, J Lock, what is up? What is up? Also, I wanna give a shout out to anybody who put a donation directly out there to the channel. Hater or not, much love. We got Brandon V World that said LOL. Christina, go look a poll. That's diabolical work. We got another person by the name of Cameron. I want to say Kim. Shout out for the $2 dono. You said invest in Black and Hispanic communities. Much love and respect for your comment, your donation to the channel. We also got Brandon V World out here that said that been a father since day one, never went nowhere, and that's bars. We also got J Lock up here with the $5 dono that said the Ep Files and and Joe Biden's son Hunter. And Roblox games got many of them, and they are silent on that. I would normally highlight it, but YouTube is a little bit of funny on certain things, and you want to try to get certain information directly out there. But again, shout out to J Lock for the $5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let's see. What else we got? 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 Let me see. Yo, Lamiko, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, what up, those Seji and B1 Warriors? Our master teacher, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr., said it best. White folks like to control both sides of the narrative. That's facts. That is true. Let me see. What else we got? Richard said their playbook is always to deflect or gaslight when it comes to topics about race. Um, Somebody said that black people only voted for Obama because he's black. I'm going to be honest. I did. There was a multitude of reasons why, and then, like I said, I'm honest. I can't speak for anybody else, but I can at least say that I'm honest and try to be as transparent as possible when it states that I voted. And like I said, I voted very young, so I'm like, this is the first time that something like this I've ever seen anything like this, and I'm like, yo, this is something I want to be a part of. Not even in a sense just for me, but also just for the people that came before me, like my grandparents. They were told that they would never become presidents or hold seats and different stuff like this. So this was like for my grandmother and then her parents and and things like that. And then you also got the kids coming up, right? So again, during that point in time, that's why I sat up there and did it. And that was the one and only time that I sat up there and voted for Obama. I didn't sit up there and do that a second time. And there was a variety of reasons why. Pretty much for me, I stayed directly out of the game for a very long time. As I stated before, it don't matter if it's Republican, Democrat, Republican. Nobody has stated that they have the best interest for Black Americans at heart. So up until further notice, ain't nobody getting my vote. And I don't care what any of these Black boule individuals got to sit up there and say, or how it is that they get on their platforms or whatnot or whatever, and try to force or scold, Black Americans into voting, or they want to try to blame us for the reason that Trump is directly in office. You can miss me with that. Because as somebody stated before, during a moment of time that they had Biden directly in office, why was it that nothing got done for Black Americans? Huh? And Biden was the same person that sat up there and told Black people, what? You ain't Black if you don't vote for me. Well, I guess I ain't Black. I'm clear. I ain't Black no more. So, like I said, people can miss it with those kind of, like I said, people be always talking crazy towards Black people, but they never want to sit up there and look at the stuff that people tend to sit up there and say. You had people that were advocating for Joe Biden when he was in office, talking about, oh, he just got into office. He can't sit up there and just specifically do something for one group of people. Joe Biden got into office and passed legislation for the LGBT group, passed stuff for the Hispanic community, and also passed stuff and helped out the Asian community. Very specific things for 3 specific groups. But yet, when it deals with Black Americans, people want to sit up there and pull up like, no, he can't just sit up there and do that. There's this, that, and the third that needs to. Like I said, dog, I don't got no time. I don't got no time. Like I said, a lot of stuff should have been done. I don't fault people for feeling a certain type of way about the government or wanting to stay back from voting and all this other type of stuff. So let me see. Somebody said, can you ask the person about winning lottery numbers? Hey, I don't know nothing about that. What else we got? Let me see. Amanda Rios said that Trump has taxed Brazil. Our president said no, and the EUA buys a lot of meat from Brazil, and now the consumers will pay. Chuck said I got called racist, and then the guy went to my YouTube and seen I have Black artists in my playlist, and I asked why I seen of them. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yo, Sonny, what is up? What is up? What is up? What's up? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Brandon V. World said, I'm getting ready to buy a house, $350K. Don't tell me that the reason why I got to pay 7% in interest. Don't tell me it's because of Black people. Let me tell you. And I see a lot of white folks in here talking about like, oh, the reason that LBJ and a lot of other people were basically installed was because of another group. No. Let's stop doing that. Let's stop doing it. Y'all keep moving the goalpost. one way or another. If you can't stay specifically on black people, y'all want to sit up there and move it. Nah, stop moving. Stop moving. Like, stop running. The same way that I sit up there and tell other people on this channel when they talk about black Americans, stop being runners and track stars and stay in your own homeland and fix that up. I need white people to stop running when it deals with these conversations, because y'all do this every single time. Y'all do this every single, trying to have just a logical conversation. Like I said, I've sat up there and talked about the amount of L's that the black community has sat up there and taken. No problem. Y'all don't have nothing to say about that. Y'all pretty much will stay in the back, stay silent, and then y'all might want to add a little peep and all this other type of stuff here and there directly on that topic. But when it starts to be the face of you, and you are the main thing on the itinerary, now y'all want to start scraping and scrambling and scraping. That's what y'all want to sit up there and start doing. Like, and that's crazy. Like I said, y'all don't even really want to fixate and focus on the problems that y'all have, because y'all think that y'all don't really got problems. If y'all didn't have problems, then in white communities, they wouldn't be trying to pass initiatives and open up these infrastructures of which that the addicts of your community can come there and legally shoot up and get high on narcotics that anybody would normally be arrested for if they was distributing that to an individual. But yet the police and medical professionals are sitting up there doing that. They're doing this with your taxpayer dollars and money in your white communities. Color me surprised. So you're going to enable people to do it. It's just in a cleaner environment. It's with cleaner needles. It's with doctors administering this type of narcotic, again, of which everybody involved should be arrested. Like I said, like y'all don't make sense, man. Y'all do not make sense. Do not make sense at all. What you need to do is stop associating every person with color. Well, if white people didn't fixate on color, right? Because the first interaction that we really had with another different type of people was you, right? If y'all didn't start off focusing on color and y'all actually treated people historically speaking as human beings, then nobody else would actually be focused on color, right? We wouldn't be having people trying to be a model minority. We wouldn't have Asians out here trying to be white if people just didn't fixate and focus on color. If we weren't focused on color, people wouldn't be trying to sit up there and bleach their skin, right? You got Africans and others out here trying to bleach their skin to become white. And then you got white people out here going into the sun trying to get a tan. It's a little bit backwards. It's a little bit crazy. It's diabolical work. Somebody said keep doing that and you won't make friends. I mean, I guess it's not for me to have friends then, even though I do have friends, but I don't know specifically what friends that you're talking about. I guess you must mean like new friends. I don't need new friends. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I'm not going to pivot or change the way that I feel or think about topics or subjects just for people to sit up there and like me. You can hate me and I'm completely fine. For me, the moment in time that people hate me, that's for me, that's a form of love. Because from my perspective, in order for you to hate somebody, you would have had to have loved them in a certain point of way. I just can't hate a random person. I can say that I hate family members because at one moment in time that I loved them, I admired them. There was some type of attachment, But like I said, I guess that's past a lot of people's understandings, when it deals with that. So when I take the stance of that, I love Black American people. I love the heritage. I love the good, the bad, and the ugly. I take everything, right? And I wear that proudly because that is a part of me. I have no problem with that. If people want to pull up to this platform and basically say that, yo, Seji, you're racist because you say that you only love your people, okay, fine, so be it. Nowhere in any type of book is it supposed to be dictated to me that I should automatically love everybody. Why am I going to sit up there and love people that don't care and don't know nothing about me, don't want to know nothing about me, don't want to be near me, and they have stated multitudes of times that they do not like me? Why am I going to waste my time and energy on those folks? I don't have time, nor will I. Like I said, that's crazy, man. It's diabolical. So, whatever it is, it be like that. It 100% bees like that. Um, let me see what else we got directly here. Just trying to roll through some comment sections here. Uh, I'm a little bit confused. Who are you trying to say that is CIA? Because let me know. Oh, let me know because I'm a little bit confused. Because where is my government paycheck? Like, yo, that is crazy. Talking about I am CIA? What? Brother, where do you get any of your information from? Where do you get any of your information from? I need some proof that I'm CIA. I need some proof that I'm government. I really do, because you must know something that I don't. Zaire said, yo, what's up, Zaire? You said, hey, Seji, how are things going? Did you know Trump was trying to partner with Mexico's government officials to attack the Mexican cartel, mostly trying to attack the Mexicans? We'll see how that goes. We will see how that the cartels run stuff down there. Like I said before, we'll see how that goes. The cartels, like I said, regardless, it's like the Yakuza, right? And the Yakuza still exist. I'm not sure if people know this or not. Yakuza still exists. It's just like they get celebrated. They are out there in the streets. They got parades and all showing off the tattoos. And like, yo, them boys. I'm sorry. The men and women of the Yakuza, they are out there. They are in those streets, whether you see them or whether you're not, and they run stuff out there over there in Japan. The same thing, I think. What's the other group out there? It did with like the Triad or something like that. I think what is that for, like China or whatnot? They run stuff either if you can see them or not. They out there sitting up there running stuff, right? Same thing with the cartel when it deals down there with like Mexico, South America, all that. They run stuff directly down there. They're basically in a sense their own government. Like they might be silent or hidden, but they are there. And if you don't know that they know that you exist and that you are there, right? So like I said, we will see how that goes. Med J said you just made a friend now. Hey, well, it be like that. Much respect and appreciation. Um, Amanda Rio says some people appreciate honesty. Yeah, some people do. Some people do. A lot of other people don't. It be like that. Like I said, I'm going through uh the comment section, and I got comments like this, which is classic. Some people say that you hate yourself. I love myself every day. What you talking about? Even on my worst day, and I'm talking about like unshaven or whatnot or whatever, I still love myself. I still say great, positive, beautiful things about myself directly in the mirror. Now it's a shame that you don't do the same thing for yourself. So I feel as though that you are trying to project how it is that you internally feel about yourself, but that's not how I get up every single morning. Like I said before, we talk differently. I actually have an internal dialogue, and I can actually imagine myself in the future. While for both of those things that I mentioned, a lot of the public can't even do both of those things. So, like I said, we're in two different spaces at this moment in time. I'm an actual human being, an actual person, and a lot of you guys out here are NPCs and bots. So, yeah, shout out to y'all. Like I said, video games got to exist for a reason. Amanda said, I appreciate that you don't have criticism for whichever side you see wrong. No, I criticize everybody. Maybe I'm not sure if there might have been a typo on your end, but yeah, I criticize everybody. Like I do not care. I don't care what color, ethnicity, religion, whatnot, or whatever. I do not care. And I've done that all throughout both platforms and many others directly out here. It's just the fact that a lot of people don't want to sit up there and do the research. They want to get emotionally, like a lot of white folks, they want to get emotionally attached to something, and they want to emotionally get angry at something, because a lot of white folks cannot deal with the internal. A lot of white folks cannot deal with their everyday just being with themselves and trying to fix themselves, and trying to deal with the situations as is. So they do something in order to be mad at something else. So you can't be mad at yourself directly, because, right, nobody out here wants to blame themselves, right? Nobody wants to, like, quote unquote, beat themselves up about something. So you're going to be mad about somebody else. You're going to be angry at somebody else. You're going to put all of that frustration, hurt, pain directly on a whole another person that has nothing to do with any situation, so that it'll alleviate the hurt or pain from you, so that you can feel just a little bit better, even though that's only going to last for a few seconds. Right. And like I said, that's how that works directly in this country. Somebody said, you don't fix racism with more racism. African tribes were enslaving other tribes to sell. So who started the African slave trade? Not white people. They were. This is the thing that I want to, because I get tired of y'all bringing this up. It's like y'all got the exact same, like, y'all can't have an internal dialogue, so y'all got the exact same written script. Y'all come through for about 5+ years saying the exact same thing. How about let's add this in here, right? Nobody is dismissing Africans from what it is that they did, but it's the fact that your people decided that, oh, y'all, if y'all are doing it, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So if y'all are doing it, we're going to buy some blacks too. Who told you to do that? God didn't tell you to do that. Who told, as Europeans? Who, because you wanted to be stupid enough to write this comment, for the Europeans, for the white folks out there, who told you to sit up there and do what everybody else is doing? Who told you to do that? Who? Who told you to do that? You decided that you wanted to sit up there and do that because it was an easier way. It was another way to manage a type of work that you thought that you were better than, that you didn't want to do. Case in point, in America, why aren't white Americans out there in the fields working those farms for other white Americans? Why aren't y'all out there with your kids and everything? Oh, that's right, because you think that you are better than. You think that you are more educated. You think that anybody who works those fields is less than you. So therefore, those should be the ones working those fields and not you. So this is why you don't have white Americans in those fields working for white American families to put food directly on American tables. You want to have immigrants, which you want to pay pennies on a dollar, that you don't want to have to worry about no type of healthcare benefits or whatnot or whatever. Because I done covered stories where you didn't had a pregnant Hispanic woman working on those fields, and she ended up passing out because of the heat conditions during that time. She passed away, and so did her baby. But like I said, y'all don't care about that though. Y'all don't like to highlight those stories because you feel that people who do those things are less than you. So their lives and everything attached to it is meaningless. As long as the job gets done and you get what it is that you want at the end of the day, that's all the benefit that those people have for you. That's it. It's what can you do for me right now? That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. And like I said, white people, y'all want to pull up to the scene every single day saying something stupid whenever a live stream happens. But you are the reason, again, why the United States is going directly down. The thing I love about this is that chances are behind the scenes, this person that is actually typing is probably white or other. Because you want to sit up here and try to call me a Uncle Ruckus. And I'm a little bit confused. Because, the funniest thing is when people usually use terminologies, they understand why it is that they're using it, and they would use it in a type of correct way. You're just saying anything at this moment in time. Like, it's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. Now, I would understand if you were sitting up here saying that I was completely against the black community and all this other type of stuff. Like, oh, yeah, you're an Uncle Ruckus. Right, I get it. No problem. And nowhere point in time have I stated anything, against the black community. But yet you wanted to say that I'm, what was the terminology? You said he's literally Uncle Ruckusing. What? Realistically, I've never even heard anybody black American even say that. And I know fields of black people that have watched the Boondocks. That was never a terminology that we even said or use. Like what? I'm like, what is the ing even like? What, like, how we even? Like I said, that's crazy. That's diabolical. Diabolical. Let me see what else we got. Argument about. Yeah, and I don't get how the overwhelming majority of white men in America are committing crimes against, their own communities. It's baffling to me how that happens. It's baffling. I'm so confused, right? Because when it deals with white communities, you make it seem as though that it's perfect, that nothing goes wrong, and the only time that something goes wrong is when you have people who are not like you come directly into that community. Y'all are like, well, when I was growing up, we used to leave our doors wide open. The jaybirds and everything just used to come through and go through the house and lay on the couches, and nature was just there. But now, when the blacks came in, we had this one black family, and all of a sudden, all this crime. We had to start locking doors. We had to lock our cars. Like, we used to just leave the car keys in the seat. That's how safe it was in my community. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's diabolical how y'all try to paint this Wally Cleaver, Leave It to Beaver, Pleasantville, Happy Days, type of thing. Like, it's crazy. Like, everybody was just sitting up there listening to the Beach Boys and just vibing out. Just yeah. Like, y'all were just like, what? Like, y'all just didn't have nothing happening, nothing going on up until the black showed up. That's crazy. That is crazy. But like I said, it's that's how y'all like to move out here. Y'all really want to stay fixated and try to blame black folks for everything. All right, let me see. Cerebral said, "Hey, SEIJIHITO, I've been missing you, bro. Glad I caught you. Hey, no, much love, much love, much love. What was that? J-Lock said, I sent you another super chat. Oh, you did? Hold on, I didn't even see that. My bad. Oh, there was actually more down there. My bad. I didn't even know. My bad. Brandon B. World also said, shout out for the $2 dono, said EBT cards would be nice if they didn't make so much money. Right. Next we got let me see. Oh yeah. Oh wait, let me make sure. Yeah. So we got another one from J-Lock. Shout out to J-Lock for the $10 dono. He says, Seji, did you touch on the recent Hurricane Katrina documentary? And white people were shocked of the chaos that was going on, especially what white people was doing to black people. And oh no, you actually missed the live stream where I talked about that. And I mentioned the fact that white folks were going through. Let me see if I can actually pull up that video real quick. Because originally this whole live stream, because I was mad at what the African dude was saying. And this is now just swapped to a whole nother, conversation. Let me see if I can actually pull that directly up for you guys at this moment in time. Let me see if I can potentially pull that. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta go through Cap real quick. Give me a quick second. Because I know exactly what it is that you're talking about. I actually got some footage. What is that? That is 8/12/10. I got you, J-Lock. No problem. Let me put this directly up because we're gonna sit up there and showcase this because again, a lot of people want to pull up to the scene and have something to say. So let me see. That was 8/12/10, 8/12/9, 8/12/10. Let me see. I think that should be it.
Put them down. We didn't try to shoot a cat.
Right. Oh, so Jayla, I'm gonna have to wait. Let me see. Do I have to? Yeah. Well, I'll just leave the what's the name up there. So for any white people that's still here, I want y'all to, because I know y'all like to be squeamish and y'all don't really want to pay attention. So I'm trying to allow the white folks. So let me take this down real quick, J-Lock. So we're going to listen to the white folks bragging about what took place in Katrina back in 2005. Again, this is hidden history. This is history that's not going to be taught in American history books no time soon. You'll only be able to find this by way of either documentaries or by in a sense, oral speeches given by the folks there or the ones that want to be honest enough to say what it is that they did. So let's just take a listen.
Oh, okay.
Did you
We
kill?
killed a number of them.
How many did you kill roughly?
Cash. Cash.
Yeah, I hear you.
It doesn't matter. They chose to die. They chose
Right.
to commit suicide.
How do you know the vigilantes? You see them. How they patrol around here in trucks. 4-ton truck. Driver and a passenger. And then 2 in the back. With long guns. And nobody telling them anything. There was no police. No police. No army and no National Guard. Nobody. Then they put in a shoot to kill curfew. Dusk to dawn. Shoot to kill. But there's nobody left. Young blacks was being killed in this community. When you hear the gunfire, it's not something I'm just making up. It's out there.
It was great. It was like pheasant season in South Dakota. If it moved,
Right. So we were able to hear some of that, right? And this is how, again, a lot of white folks want to tend to move. And the main thing that they'll sit up and say, like, oh, well, I'm not saying that this is right or whatnot will happen. I really don't know the full story. I don't know what happened. But let's talk about the 1 billion people that died in Chicago. Let's talk about the blacks sit up there and do to other blacks in Chicago and Atlanta and other places in Florida and in Watts, California. Right. Let's talk about the blacks over there in Africa and what it is that they sit up there and do. Matter of fact, didn't you guys sit up there and sell yourselves directly? And it's like this is what y'all like to sit up there and do. But yet at the same time, when we bring up evidence where your people are factually speaking and being honest about what it is that they specifically did, y'all magically act like y'all don't hear it. Y'all don't see it. Y'all act like that this stuff never happened. It never existed. We're just making stuff up. It got to be AI. It got to be Chat GPT. Like nobody would actually get up here and say that they committed a murder. You're a liar because y'all got a lot of serial killers. Shout out to Jeffrey Dahmer. Marilyn, what was it? Marilyn Manson and many of the other ones, Casey and all the other ones that I covered before, somewhere on the community post. Yeah, y'all be interviewing them a lot, and they'll sit up there and state that they committed those murders, that they sat up there and took those lives, and they did it just because they wanted to sit up here and do it. So don't get up here trying to tell me that no sane person would get up here and talk about a criminal act and honestly tell people, because that would lead to them being arrested. No, it wouldn't, especially if their own people are the main representations of the police force. No. And then a lot of those folks that like to do stuff like this are actually on the police force, historically speaking. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is crazy out here how people want to sit up here and try to deflect from a lot of these things, and whenever it is that you just so happen to have proof and you want to bring this stuff up, magically people don't got nothing. So again, this is another topic here that I'm pretty sure that white folks are either going to be mum, they're going to be completely silent, or they're going to magically scapegoat and deflect onto something else. Like, it's crazy. See, Ghostface, see, you were all cool up until you started spamming. You were all cool up until you started spamming. So now we got another person up here said, yo, you're being racist big time. Wow. That's diabolical. That's diabolical. Somebody said that you're talking as if FBA is not doing the same thing. The one thing I went over before in a previous live stream is the fact that whenever Black Americans attach themselves directly to something, y'all pull real quick to the scene to try to demonize it, right? So originally the whole main theme of Black Lives Matter is that Black lives matter. That's it, because everybody's already stated that their lives are important, their lives matter, especially when it comes out and it deals with the police and how it is that they're negatively affected in their communities and all this other type of stuff. We're like, okay, let's take a stand and let's just sit up there and let them know that when it deals with the police and things of that nature, that our lives matter too. What did white people do? They were like, oh well, if black lives, what did white people and black conservatives do? They were like, oh well, if black lives actually matter, then why are you not sitting up there saying this directly in the black community? Why is it only dealing with the police and only if it's only with white cops? I'm like, y'all some clowns. I'm like, y'all do realize that we get on anybody that's a cop. It can be black as well too. You was there on the scene and you allowed it to happen. You saw it happen. It's like we getting directly on you too. Like, it's crazy how people want to make it seem as though that black people do not have the same energy all across the board. Like, y'all got to be some of the boldest liars directly out here to ever have been seen. Like I say, this lets me know that a lot of y'all never been raised around black people. Talking about like real black families, because of the exact same energy that people in my family would sit up there and have. If you decided to be out there in public or whatnot and disrespect them, that exact same hollering, cussing, whatever, you get that exact same energy. And a lot of y'all are some clowns for sitting up there believing a lot of these other clowns, some of these black conservatives, believing a lot of the nonsense that they sit up there and say. And they say the exact same thing every single time. But like I said, I get why it is that they say it. It's easier for them to go directly into a white space where they already know that there's a certain level of animosity towards another community, aka black, for them to be this quote unquote black voice in a white space and parrot and talk in a white type of tone and all of these other types of things and put it directly out there. And then all they got to do is just sit back and get money. It's the easiest job in the world. Shout out to Candace Owens. She's been sitting up there doing this for like over a decade plus. And you see how far that sat up there and got her. And Candace Owens, she sat up there and said she's not even Black American. She's from the islands. Right? So she is not actually from here. But she made a life source off of talking about Black Americans, statistics, and all this other type of stuff, along with a lot of other ones directly out there that are conservative. It's crazy work. Like I said, this is how easy it is to get money directly from white people. All you have to do is act as though that you believe in the exact same things, parrot and say things that they wouldn't be able to say, and they'll just sit up there and donate and give you money and give you a platform, millions of dollars, and you'll be rich. You'll be set. Like I said before, a lot of people just like being lied to. At the end of the day, that's what I'm understanding when it deals with white folks directly out. Y'all just like being lied to. No matter if you know that the lie is a lie, it's the truth to you at the end of the day, because it's being shined and all the attention is being directed directly towards you. That's all you care about, and all that matters at the end of the day. And that's crazy. Like, y'all being robbed every single way, and then at the end of the day, you still want to find somebody else to blame when it's you that is allowing all these other people directly into your house to literally rob you and your family. That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Let me see. What else we got? What else we got? So watch the news. 6%, 55%. Black people are whatnot. Well, you were all good up until you decided to try to say that black people are disgusting, and then we had to do that. I'm not sitting up here doing that. Like I said, I can have a conversation, but the moment in time that you start saying some crazy stuff, or at least that I'm able to sit up there and catch it, you will be packed directly up real quick. Let me see what else we got. I'm just trying to go through and catch up through the comments real quick. Let me see. That was at 5:05. Okay, so I'm not that. I'm about 5 minutes behind. Ain't bad. Somebody said, "Who cares? Black men on IG." What black men are you specifically talking about that are on IG bragging about murders? Like who? You do realize that some dudes out here just lie just to sit up there and act like they're really doing something. Like, I'm not sure. Like, there's a complete difference. Like, when white dudes sit up there and say that they actually did something, believe that they actually did it, because they do that. They do that. Like I said, I done seen too many videos on y'all own specific channels, like ID crimes or whatever it is, that specifically is talking about you, your community, and things that y'all sit up there and do. I've covered too many stories as well too, right? when you got black dudes out here talking, a lot of them ain't really do nothing. They're just trying to masquerade and fit in with a certain type of group because they feel like that's the best that they can sit up there and do. And if they decide to sit up there and do otherwise, they're going to stick out like a sore thumb and pretty much make them whatever type of mark or a target. And they're not trying to be that. So they would rather dumb themselves down and be with the minority that's doing something versus standing out and actually doing something different. Like I said, again, this is how I know that you don't actually you just watch black people. You don't actually know and hang out around black people. I know a lot of black men out here and they do not got bodies. I got black men in my family, don't got bodies. I got black male friends, don't got bodies. I know black men that are especially a part of this platform, don't got bodies. So, like I said before, y'all just like sitting up there talking. Y'all could actually have a conversation with somebody that's Black American directly out here with the black male, but y'all refuse to do that. Y'all would rather just go with whatever theory of that. What do y'all like to say? Y'all like to say that black men are just inherently violent. That's just for whatever reason. That is the main staple card that people go on. But I'm like, historically speaking, I'm like, when we look at these wars, I'm talking about the hundreds of millions of lives that are gone because of wars by itself. And you want to sit up there and try to make it seem as though that black men are inherently violent, man, like I said, yo, kudos, like I said, to white folks, kudos to y'all. Because somehow, some way, y'all are able to do this type of wizardry where you can say one thing and everybody believes it. Even though historically speaking, the numbers are not matching up. No black man out here has the numbers historically of which you guys have here in America or over there in Europe. And then when you add both of those numbers together, we couldn't even light a candle. We couldn't even start a fire to even to even cause heat to the wick to even produce light. But like I said, y'all do a very great job at pulling up some type of narrative to try to make it seem as though that, you know, black men are just inherently just violent. Shout out to y'all, like I said, y'all be doing somebody's work out here. It might not be guys, y'all doing somebody's work with that. Yeah, Charles Manson, whatnot or whatever. But you do know that there is some things about that have been stated about, you know, other people as well too. Like I said, but you knew who I was talking about though, right? That's the crazy part. So I'm a dork for basically getting one part of the name wrong. That's some crazy work. Y'all pretty much are the main ones that think that all black people look the same, but I'm the one that's a dork. All right, I'll take that. Usually dorks are smart. Because correct me if I'm wrong, people would normally, oh, you're a dork, you're a nerd, you're a geek, 4 eyes, right? They usually want to put that onto those that they know are actually smarter than them. Smart people make mistakes. It happens. But like I said, when you want to fit into a certain type of box, obviously you want to be, you know, one of those classic white dudes directly out there that you would see that want to pick on everybody else because that's what everybody else is doing, or you're one of those jocks to prove that you're tough and all this other type of stuff, 1950s type stuff. Like I said, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. You know, it'd be like that. Somebody said y'all hate the police. Why you want them now? You know, the funniest thing is, I like the fact that whenever y'all want to talk about what it is that black people hate and don't hate, y'all don't want to put into perspective the history of why it is that black people feel a certain type of way. At no point in time can I actually give you historical photos throughout a multitudes of years in the United States of white folks being attacked by police dogs for standing up for themselves. I can't give you multitudes of photos and pictures of black folks just carrying off and smiling at the injuries of black folks. You know, I can't. I might have missaid that, but you know what I'm saying. I can't give you those types of photos where black folks have literally had a white folk directly in their arms and they smiling and just carrying somebody directly up. Like a lot of these photos I've shown off before directly in videos. Matter of fact, I got books directly on quite a bit of the stuff, and still adding directly to my little library that I currently got at this moment in time. Because at the end of the day, you know, case in point, a clear cut example, when somebody from the Triple Ks came directly to a rally, I think it might have been at a college campus, and he was saying all types of you know, things about black people, and he was about to get stumped out. It was a melanated woman. I can't tell you if she was a black woman or not, because again, people do things to match in. A melanated woman, who some would identify as a black woman, decided to jump on the body of that racist man and protect him and shield him from the black men that were there. Color me surprised. And the thing is, as I've stated before, if there was a type of hatred or anything like that, then realistically, black people would really do everything in their power to be away directly from all of y'all, right? But that's not what we currently do at this moment in time. Matter of fact, black people would basically be, so strict as though that they wouldn't even be engaging into interracial anything. We wouldn't even have a biracial society directly out here, because we would make sure to just specifically stick with our own, because of historically what it is that we've gone through and suffered from, if we actually had that much hatred. But obviously we don't. Color me surprised. But yet the same people who have delivered hate through the centuries and created a multitude of laws and all this other type of stuff in the United States, and these are things that are recorded. These are things written in black and white. These are things of which your own people have talked about. But yet, with all of that, we still, for some odd reason, look at you and treat you as human beings. Color me surprised. But yeah, we're supposed to be the ones that are giving out and putting hatred directly out there to everybody else. Okay. All right. It's crazy. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Somebody said you guys sing about murder all day long. We don't sing. There's such thing as rapping. And the craziest part is you're talking about a small percentage, a small grouping of black men and young black men that do this, which is the craziest part. I'm like, this is how I know that y'all don't actually spend time. Y'all not even nowhere around black folks. Because you're like, this is all we do. We're just singing about, like murdering and all this type of stuff like all day long. Word? Brother, where? Because I'm trying to figure out where is it on, because I'm a black man. I'm trying to figure out where is it that I've been like singing and rapping about murder. Like where even in this live stream, where have I been singing and rapping at? I'm just trying to figure it out. Let me know so I can hurry up and get me a contract real quick from somebody. Let me know, because I might have some bars. Somebody said, just spreading hate, divide and conquer. How? So because I decided to show off this video, that's spreading hate. Do you know how stupid that is? This is literally informing people of what has gone on. That again, shout out to Kanye when he said that George Bush don't like black people, because he was right. They blew those levees. I don't care what nobody say. Because like I said, the one thing I learned is that somehow, some way, gentrification is going to take place. Right? One way or another, something is going to happen. It's crazy work. Somebody said I'm making up imaginary adversaries. I don't even know what you're talking about. Somebody said, "Oh, you're a race hustler." Class, I just want for the smart ones directly in the class. Shout out to y'all. Logical ones in the class. Shout out to y'all. Because again, the live stream started off way differently versus how we ended up getting here. Right. And then the two topics that I showcased, well, technically the three topics that I happened to showcase. Well, not technically three. I was right, it was two, because two videos or images whatnot had to do with the same topic, and then this one had to do with how black people were affected by those out there, right? This further proves how it is that people want to scapegoat and don't want to pay attention and don't want to acknowledge what it is that they're specifically doing, but they want to try to hold black people accountable to something, even though when you look at a lot of the talking points from black people in the black communities, it don't matter if it's on the news or whatnot or whatever, we call ourselves out, hold ourselves. Like I said, we do that more than anybody else directly out here. You don't have white people in the community talking about on the news like, we really need to fix our community. We need to do this. We need to. No, they ain't doing that. Because I'll put that in a bad light. Black people are like, yo, we're about to put everything on Front Street, no matter how it makes us look. We're going to sit up there and talk about this since other people don't want to talk about it. And that's what we do. Like I said, this is how I know that when it deals with black people, we are vastly different when it deals with situations versus everybody else. Like, it's crazy. You said racist blacks. That's some crazy work, I guess. Uh, do, 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 do. You said a whole bunch of nothing about a video of which where you had some white folks out there that was talking honestly about what it is that they did. And he was like, well, it don't even matter about this video. Let's talk about the blacks before any of this happened. You black, like I said, this is what I be talking about. Like, y'all just be sitting up there saying anything. Y'all never fixate and focus on just the one thing that you should be focused on. Locke said, how am I just hearing about this 20 years later? You're in the same exact boat as me. I did not know anything about this, and to make it even worse, I got another video where they specifically was talking about how you have it was it was tens of 20s, if not more, bodies, like somewhere close, I think like 50, maybe 100, but you had black men that had one weapon wound to their body, and you just had the bodies piling up, and it's like, how that, like, that don't even, like, that's crazy. I'm like, everybody has like the same type of wound. I'm like, how does that even happen? But then once you pair that directly up, and the woman that was talking, she was speaking about what took place during Katrina. So once you think about what it is that she was talking about, and then you tie that into this video, everything basically makes sense. So again, as I stated before about the United States government hiding stuff and not specifically putting information directly out there, this ties directly into that. This ties 100%, into that whole thing. You got somebody that wanted to, yeah, we're not doing that directly today. For anybody that wants to, somebody said BLM will always be a Marxist. I don't care about it being a scam. I'm talking about just the initial wording directly for the whole thing. That's all I'm talking about. Like I said, y'all can't even see past that. Y'all focused on everything else. Like I said, y'all, the exact same way that y'all be looking at this is the exact same way that y'all was trying to sit up there and talk about the Black Panther Party, of which y'all don't know nothing about. Y'all was like, oh, the Black Panther Party. Every time I hear somebody white talking about, oh, the Black Panther Party, that was a racist group against white folks. I'm like, where did y'all get that from? Like, literally, where in the world did y'all even get that theory even directly? Like, that's not anywhere close to anything. Like I said, y'all make up theories and y'all make up a whole bunch of stories. It's crazy. All right, yo, all right, what is up? What is up? You said don't forget about Ted Bundy in the 1980s. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It completely be like that. You said you completely destroy the value of whole cities. That's some diabolical work, because there's a lot of cities. I mean, there's areas like the Appalachians of which you don't even really got black folks out there, not even really a percentage. And those are some you got areas that are low crime and other areas that are high crime. You got people that are going through opioids and on all this other type of stuff directly out there. So I'm a little bit confused on how that happened. So I'm like, okay, fine, no problem, right? So you said that black people completely destroyed the values of whole cities, right? So who destroyed the value of the country? I'll wait. Because we're trillions of dollars in debt, and you're not going to sit up there and tell me that black Americans are the reason that where we're at currently at this moment in time. We're like 34, 32, 34, 35, 36, so somewhere in the trillions, and somewhere in the 30 trillion percentile of debt. So who's to blame for that? I'm not trying to hear you list no other group. Your choices are either black or white. And even math, whatever math that you can spit out, there's no way that you're going to be able to say that, oh yeah, black people cause $30 trillion worth of debt in America. Yeah, let me see those numbers. Let me see those numbers. Let me see that. Tony Carl said, I feel like your being blunt is being mistaken for race. I mean, it'd be like that. I'm so used to it. I'm in a sense immune to it. Like at one moment in time, it used to, like earlier on when I did this, it used to affect me when white people used to come up there, but oh, you're racist. And then I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, yo, I gotta prove to them like I'm not. And I'm like, I'm looking back at myself now and I'm like, yo, what was I really sitting up there doing? What did I really have to sit up there and try to prove to any of these other people out there? And I also have black people that would try to come up and pull up to the scene and try to say that I was racist. Right? If I would talk about the black community and everything of that sort, I would have black people like, yo, you're this and you're that, you're a sellout and all this other. I'm like, how? Because I'm pointing out problems. Like I said, this is what I've noticed. Like the one thing that I've noticed when it deals with both, even though there's massive disagreements there's one note when it deals with both groups that tends to happen. When it deals with the black folks that don't like other black people telling the truth, and then when it deals with white folks that don't like black people telling the truth, they will come together in unison and both call that same black person racist. The friend of my friend is my enemy, right? It will be that type of deal that will literally take place. And I've witnessed it and I've seen it directly on my own platform. It's the craziest thing ever in life. And I'm like, well, it'd be like that then. If that is the way that it has to be, then I guess I'm racist then. I keep telling people I will be whatever it is that you imagine me to be. I'm just going to sit up there and be that, because I know at the end of the day, anybody that has a negative comment to me will never sit up there and see me or deem me as a child of God. So I'll be everything else. No problem. I will be your worst nightmare every single time that I open my mouth and sit up there and talk, and I will sleep great at the end of the night. I will sleep great at the end of the night. Like I said before, because I know that within the core of things that you can't see anything positive within me. So I'm going to sit up there and again, be what it is or emulate what it is that you perceive me to already be. Like I said, I'm being symbiotic in this relationship. You're telling me that I'm hateful, so you mentally already know where you are directly with me, right? So in return, I'm going to be what it is of which that you feel that I am. So we're both sleeping at the end of the day. You got a story to tell your friends, like, oh yeah, I met this racist YouTuber, da da da, all this other type of stuff. And then I'm like, all right, well, he got his one off, and I can go to sleep and play some Battlefield 6, play some games directly, on Xbox or whatever. Like I said, hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. This is because this is the one thing that I love real quick. This is what I want white people to sit up there and do, because y'all always talk about stats. Why don't y'all just say that black people are committing 1,000% of the crimes? Right? Why don't y'all just, because every single time I see this comment, the numbers go up and up. Why don't y'all just sit up there and say that black people are 13% in America, but we do every single crime and every single, why don't y'all just sit up there and say that? Like, we're the Flash. We use the Speed Force, right? So we don't sleep, we don't eat, we don't drink, we don't do nothing. We're just going around every single community at this moment in time. Even me, as I'm talking to you right now, I'm literally out here as when you go by your statistic, I'm out here committing a crime. But yet I'm out here talking to you at the same time. So obviously I must be the Flash. I must have the Speed Force. I must be some type of great supervillain. I am the Reverse Flash. I'm Eobard Thorne at this moment in time. I'm literally going through time. I got this after image of myself talking to you while I'm going through different timelines and different areas committing crimes. Like, just say that we're doing all the crimes. Matter of fact, just say that Black Americans are doing all the crimes around the whole planet. Just do that. Like, I want y'all to sit up there and throw some extravagant, exotic type of stuff directly out there, because y'all want to always be so fixated on black people and talk about this, that, and the third. Y'all got to really make these numbers larger. Y'all really got to make these numbers larger. Like, y'all need to sit up there. Yo, blacks, you guys are 5% of the population, but y'all do, billions of crimes a year. Like, I'm waiting for y'all to sit up there and say that. Like, I need y'all to like really exaggerate this stuff. Like, this is some crazy work directly out here. Let me see. Somebody said he's just preaching hate. So Josh H, let me know at a moment in time, when did I say that I hate you? Because I feel like I got to do this because I'm talking with kids at this moment in time. Let me, for the white people directly in the chat right now, let me know at the point in time where I SEIJIHITO said that I hate you. Let me know. I'll just wait. I'm going to keep this up there real quick, because I love when y'all sit up there and pull up to the scene. And it's like, the craziest part is, all the time y'all pull up to the scene and say that I hate y'all, but yeah, I'm trying to educate y'all on stuff that's happening that's literally affecting your community so that you can fix it in order to better your community. And this is a black man sitting up there talking to you. Like, this is wild. This is so wild. Like, I love this so much. Shout out to social media. Like I said, all praise due to the Most High for me to be able to do this. I love this every single day. Oh my God, I love this. Like, that is some crazy work. Like, y'all can't even point out at one point in time, and I expect y'all to write this in unison at the moment in time where I said that I literally hate y'all. I'm waiting. Let me see. What else we got directly down here? Let me see. What else we got? What else we got? Somebody said I speak freely if I say hello. I think you said I'm shy and wave is all I can do, and I don't know who you are. Okay, much appreciation. Tippy said, "Thank you, Seji. If I was president, I wouldn't have homeless people on the streets. I wouldn't arrest them for going through tough." Yeah, and that's the other thing too. A lot of white folks, just like y'all, don't want to fix the problem of homelessness, but y'all want to arrest them and jail them, basically using taxpayer money, when you can create like literally communities for the homeless, so that you can educate them and get them a second chance to be productive in society, to live and have a better life. And I've talked about that before because I've literally watched white people treat other white homeless people like trash and garbage. I'm like, dog, how do you treat your own people like that? Knowing, you know, how difficult things are and it's like, yo, man, it's wild. It is wild directly out here. Let me see the Killer Gang music. Let me see what else we got. Kevin Bates, that name sounds real familiar. You said I'm white and trying to give you a respectful listen, but find you trying to lump all of us together as ignorant. Well, for okay, so let me just break it down real quick for a lot of people. I told people before that the image that people basically give is the image that is reflected. So the thing that I've understood and learned, that if I, as a black male directly in the United States, decide that I want to speak, white folks have specifically told me a multitude of times over the years on my videos that, yo, don't sit up there and speak on the government and all this other type of stuff. What you need to do is speak directly on your community, to your community, about your community, and fix that. Once you do that, then you can sit up there and speak on everything else. And this is specifically what white people have set up there and came to my platform and told me. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, how are you trying to give directions as if we're living back in like the 1800s or something? Like, that's not how that works. Like, this is not slavery. I don't. This ain't no plantation. This is not what we're sitting up here doing here. So then when I decided that, I was like, all right, no problem. Let me just switch it up real quick. Let me highlight stories specifically and purely that have to do with the white community and the crimes that happened there, either against the family or to another white person, and show some empathy and sympathy directly to that. I will have you know that white people do not care. I've literally highlighted these stories and given empathy and sympathy and try to give solutions and fixes and all that, and try to inform y'all of the things that are going on, because a lot of times your own stories don't even get pushed directly by mainstream media, which you are all on, right? So I mean mainstream media such as like Fox and ABC News, MSNBC, and all this other type of stuff that is specifically going on. And so I decided that, yo, I'm going to sit up there and highlight this and talk about all of these stories. Since it seems that your news don't want to sit up there and do it. And lo and behold, you guys don't really have a response for it. You guys don't really want to say anything. You guys don't even, in a sense, encourage that type of thing. But what you will encourage is if I decide at a moment in time that I want to specifically showcase and highlight a story about the black community and certain different things about that, you guys will cheer that on. You guys will sit up there and subscribe and do all of these things. But yet you don't have the same energy when I decide that I want to specifically highlight, what is specifically going on in your community negatively. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. That is diabolical. Somebody said you want to be taken seriously when you can't even spell white. Just because you want to be a dumbass, before I happen to ban you, I want you to know that this is a video that I didn't actually create, and somebody typed the wording for white directly on there because certain platforms, if you happen to say it, then they have a problem with it, such as TikTok. So this is why people happen to black people word certain things a certain type of way. I understand that you don't know anything about that because obviously you're not black. So now get that ass banned. And now we're going to continue rolling directly through the rest of the comments because again, white folks, y'all can't seem to actually pay attention to anything that is going on. And it's crazy to actually like list that the spelling of white, but not actually talk about the actual information in the video on how it is that white folks are going through New Orleans during Katrina and doing abhorrent things directly to the black communities there, or the residuals of the black communities there. It's crazy. Somebody said axe. Yeah. I say axe because I like to cut shit down, and I say Pacific because it's that deep. That's exactly the way that I talk. It's crazy how you guys completely understand what it is that I'm saying, but you still want to be stupid at the end of the day. But like, oh, let me correct you on the correct wording of English. That's crazy, diabolical. But nobody's actually completely actually speaking the real English. But all right, y'all got it though. Somebody said got questions. Yeah, I know you're white because you're trying to use slang and be funny at the same time. Like y'all, so like, come on now, y'all gotta do better. No problem. You're a waste of time. Get that ass banned. No problem. Um, what else do we got directly here? Y'all thought I was fucking playing today. Y'all really thought. Oh, you said we was king. You can kink these nuts. Get that ass banned. We're going to keep going directly out here. Who else do we got? We got Ashley said, if my point wasn't clear to you after 15, I don't even know who you're talking about. I hope you're directing that directly towards somebody else in the comment section because you better sit up there and watch your tone. Yo, D Money. You said Seji, would you mind helping me in doing the Lord's work on this channel? Oh no, I've been doing that. I've been doing that. Wait, I actually looked at your name. I'm like, you must be on the other one. I think, aren't you? I think what was that at like 8:30? I think it was. We're at 40 something, about 10 minutes behind. Somebody said self-righteous. Somebody said I didn't call anybody any names. Don't know who you're talking to. Another person said, but don't say you commit 100% of the crimes. Why would we say that? It's ridiculous. Just like your IQ. The ridiculousness is the fact of how a black man is trying to inform a lot of other races directly out here of things that are going on in their communities, because obviously all these other races want to focus in on black people other than themselves. And I'm just trying to give the exact same, not actually trying, I'm actually giving the same energy that and more that you guys tend to give to us on an everyday basis. But for whatever reason, I've noticed that you guys can't seem to actually take that. Somehow, some way, you guys got something always to say out the side of your mouths like kids. It's crazy work. It is it's some crazy work directly how that happens. And the other thing too is if you're going to go to my main point of saying like why don't you say 100% is because anytime y'all see somebody black, y'all automatically have this whole thing of something negative. I ain't never heard none of y'all sit up there and miss me with the religious white folks. Miss me with that. I ain't trying to even hear y'all right now because a lot of y'all don't even actually believe in God. A lot of y'all like to sit up there and brand black people as any and everything negative, especially when we come into your towns and your suburbs and your cities. It's like a stop and stare, especially if y'all don't really got black people out there. It's like everybody is like doing whatnot or whatever. Like I said, going back to the one white kid, and I sat up there and actually donated to his cause. And I sat up there and highlighted his video where he went into this white town and he held up a sign that said Black Lives Matter. And the amount, and this is a white kid doing it in a white town, the amount of white people that stopped, pulled around, did a circle, did a U-turn, and that was cussing him out, that was saying all types of negative. And he was just sitting up there. He was sitting in silence with the sign on the side of the road. And white people, y'all was acting a full-on ass directly to that kid. Y'all was even giving him threats like, yo, I better, if I come back around here in 5 minutes, you better not be here when I come back. What? You would have thought the white boy was black. But this was literally a white boy just with a sign, and y'all were sitting up there showing y'all whole ass directly out there. And you can't explain that. You can't explain that. You can't explain why would you sit up. You're driving, just minding your business. Somebody on the side of the road is holding a sign. You can ignore it, but you didn't want to ignore it. You wanted to engage. You wanted to let him know how it is that you feel. Ain't nobody black up there say nothing to you because y'all probably don't got nobody black. Y'all decided to act like that to that white boy. That's like I said, man. And I done covered this before. But like I said, it'd be like that though. Like I said, y'all want to sit up there and get mad about how it is that I talk in generalities and all this other type of stuff. Cry me a river. All of y'all want to pull up to the scene talking about, oh, you guys believe that you guys are victims. That's a you're talking in general right there. You ain't checking your own folks. Right? Like I said, shout out to the white folks that want to pull up to the scene and always question me about hate. But when I actually have racist and people that hate on black people on an everyday basis, and they're in this comment section, you can literally see them. Y'all ain't nowhere to be seen. Y'all ain't saying nothing. So like I said, miss me and shut the fuck up when y'all want to try to control some type of narrative, switch gears, scapegoat, whatever it is, and y'all want to try to say, oh, Seji, he just hates white people. He hates everybody. It's a psyop. It's government this, it's government. Like I said, this is why I use generalities. Right? This is why, like I said, I make up words all the time. This is why I do the things that I do, because if you are not taking action when this stuff happens, you are complicit. So you are in the exact same boat as that racist. The moment in time they start pulling up to the scene that they want to sit up there and start typing up these words and all this other type of stuff, and you can see it and you ain't saying nothing against it, you're the exact same as that person. So like I said, miss me with that. You can 100% sit up there and miss me with that. Let me see. Like I don't even know what that word is. Crime, believe your own. Looking to blame everyone else for your own issue. Did you not hold on. Let me pull back up something, class. So when I pulled up this nice gentleman here, and I briefly mentioned what it is that he was going directly over, how was I trying to sit up there and blame everybody else for my own issues? I was literally highlighting a white man sitting up there talking about white issues in the white community. Huh? So when I sat up there and brought up this image, and I brought up the comment that brother Brandon V. World basically listed that went side by side with this comment that was specifically talking about white folks, how was I sitting up there trying to blame anybody else for my issues? Right? When I sit up there and brought up this video on how this young man at the young age of probably like somewhere like being like a teenager had he was going through things by way of Roblox because of adult men that are on that game, that are allowed to be on that game, having conversations with children, and how the Roblox team or company did not care what was going on with him. They could care less. So he decided to be an advocate and basically speak for those who can't speak, and he's put away predators, right? So when I bring this up, how am I sitting up there trying to blame other people for black people issues? That's crazy how that works. Like I said, y'all will do everything but actually focus in on your own issues and call your own people out. Y'all will do everything else. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is diabolical. Y'all still going with these percentages? Like I said before, when this country falls, I can't wait to sit up there and hear y'all. The moment in time that this country falls, I can't wait to see white people sit up there and say that it's the blacks' fault. I can't wait. I'm going to be laughing. I'm going to be laughing. I'm going to be laughing. Let me see. Somebody else said some nonsense. We're just going to skip over here. I'm going to let you survive today. Let's see. Amanda Rio said it, as a biracial person, a lot of white people believe that you have to suffer to become deserving. So you're homeless because you didn't suffer and didn't learn enough, and now you will learn. It's ironic. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. That is 100% crazy directly out here. That is 100% crazy. And like I said before, the whole main thing is like, yo, just, and I've said this for years, just treat human beings as human beings. That's all you got to sit up there and do. But like I said, y'all can't even do that. You can't even empathize and sympathize just with that message. Somehow, some way, you segue and go, oh, you blacks, you just sit up there and hate us. You blame us for everything. Y'all can't even listen to a simple thing where somebody's trying to like y'all. So man, boy, let me tell you. And then y'all still rolling back through here talking about what black people do in the black community, and yet it don't affect you. That's the crazy part. I could talk about how medical malpractice affects you. I could talk about how the insurance companies for white folks, when it is that you go through different types of cancers, they will literally cancel your coverage for you or your kids because they don't care. They already got your money and they control it. But y'all don't got nothing to say about that, right? Or how about for the white folks directly out there in California that was going through all of those fires, and the insurance companies literally during the fires weren't even put out, and the insurance companies sat up there and canceled your policies. Ooh, diabolical white folks. White folks, what happened? How did that take place? How do you let that be? And let me know how to blame, how you want to sit up there and blame black people for those fires and for your insurance coverage happening. And also white people, this is another video that I covered before when it dealt with California, when it dealt with, you know, some of the meters directly out there and how some of the fires basically happen and yada yada yada. Let me know how in all of those situations how black people are pretty much at fault for the downfall of society in this country, black people in America. Let me know. Let me know, because like I said before, I see a lot of stuff happening. But you know, y'all never want to sit up there and actually speak up directly on that. Because like I said before, there's going to come to a point in time where black folks, we're just going to be done talking and we're just going to let y'all have it. Whatever y'all want to say, whatever y'all want to sit up there and do, it's whatever. Because at the end of the day, it's going to come right back onto you. So it's cool. Like it's cool. Like I said before, you know, those who put black people into captivity, they themselves be placed into the exact same captivity, if not worse. So, like I said, it is what it is. Like I said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So, whatever y'all do to us is going to sit up there and happen. That's the way that the universe works. So, either it's going to happen to you first or it's going to happen to you last. Any which way it goes, it's still going to sit up there and happen. So, like I said, for me, it's whatever. What else we got? Just slowly rolling through. The money said, yes, I can on the other channel, but not this one. Okay, I got you. Let me go to the other one real quick. I got you, brother. Let me tell you something, brother. Yeah, Hulk Hogan out here racist to a point. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I got you. Let me get you. I gotta see if I can find your number. Let me see. Go. Oh, moderator. There you go. All right, D. You are now set up, good sir. You are now good. I don't know why I don't have timestamps directly on the other channel, which is crazy. Let me see. That's like 850. Yeah, so this is all the way like I'm, you know, all the way back. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that came directly to the channel. Got quite a bit, you know, directly there, which unbeknownst to me, actually took place and happened. That is actually quite wild. Let me actually look at the other one real quick. I want to actually look at these numbers. The funny thing is, I didn't even go through the other videos. It just became a whole nother topic and conversation. Let me see what the analytics look like. It's still rounding through. Ooh, that's crazy. Looking at that, that is diabolical. Looking at those numbers. Wow. Let's see what else we got. Somebody said I was having a combo about difference between bloodlines and first gen Americans. Somebody said, hey, are you black or white? Huh? People can't tell. Like I'm a little. I'm a little bit confused right there. I'm a little bit confused. Um, like I said before, like I said, I love when people sit up there and say that I'm racist. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. Um, Let me see. Somebody said, "Thank you for your time. Must go now. I was able to learn some things I appreciate to know now. Not that it matters, but I am a white female veteran and I respect your time position. Keep it up. Hey, it be like that. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And thank you for your service. Uh yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Somebody said if y'all think he's racist, you've never seen a racist person. Yeah, that's facts. And the craziest part is I've shown off actual race. I'm talking about people who are unapologetically racist. I'm like racist to the core. And like I said before, regardless on how people feel, I respect that. Like I said, I respect truth and honesty. Like I drink black coffee with nothing in it. That's the type of truth I respect. When it's a straight shot, it ain't no filler, it ain't nothing to break it up. I respect that because I know where you are. When you got somebody out here that is a true racist, that is who they are to their core. Like I said, I respect that. He's like, yo, you don't like black folks? No problem. I will stay directly to. I won't even engage in conversation. I'm not even gonna be nowhere near. You got it. We good. It's everybody else I got a problem with because a lot of people out here want to fake the funk. A lot of people out here want to act like they're this, that, and the third, and they're not. You like a lot of people like to sit up there and say that you got a lot of Democrats, a lot of white Democrats that are actually racist. They just want to masquerade and make it seem like they're not. Yeah, that's bars. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like that just don't make, just be who it is that you are. Like I'm not understanding why you are in a sense so fearful. A lot of black people would actually respect the truth if people would actually be truthful. We don't like liars. We don't like people who want to masquerade and act like this and act like that. Like it's crazy that you got white folks out here that want to be around black people. They want to dress like they want to be in a community. They want to hang out with us. And then next thing you know, when they're around, their white family and their boys, they want to sit up there and start, saying the N-word and all this other. I'm like, yo, what just happened? I'm like, if this was you at your core, don't apologize for it because this is you. If this is you, then just be you. Just honestly be you. Right? Like I said, like that is wild to me. That is wild to me, dog. That is wild. That is wild. But like I said before, it'd be like that. Somebody said, isn't that Tim Tebow? Yeah, that was the image up there, that was Tim Tebow. That was Tim Tebow directly up there. But like I said, it don't matter. And the only reason I'm showcasing everything like this is to prove the point that it doesn't matter how it is that I showcase whatever topics. Somehow, somewhere, I'm either racist, I'm xenophobic. Like I said, people will say any and everything to ignore what it is that I'm actually talking about and to actually get to the meat of the topic. Like I said, everybody talks about that they want to get stuff done. They want to make sure that stuff isn't happening in a society. But when I sit up there and mention to you about the worst of the worst in our society, people stay silent. Y'all rather sit up there and fixate and call that I'm racist. Y'all rather sit up. Oh, you're a victim. You're always trying to portray yourself as a victim. Well, nobody owns slaves. Nobody this. Nobody. I ain't even like, bro. Talk about what I'm talking about right now. Stay directly on that topic, but you can't because everything that you say that you care about, you don't actually care about. It's a facade. It's smoke and mirrors. It's a house of cards. That's it. Like, it's crazy out here. Yeah, they are. So let me just highlight that comment for a lot of other people. So just in case if you didn't, so this, especially for the white people directly out here where y'all want to talk about me, this, that, and the third, y'all might want to look that up. For the ones that actually care about the families and everything like that, this is actually true because I was actually made aware of this by way of a source because videos that I put directly up there obviously were not liked. I was penalized for, talking about those videos and bringing up those topics and all this other type of stuff when I thought that it was for the best interest of those who cannot speak for themselves. of those that we should all be advocating for and trying to protect and directly out there. And you know, I was told that you got a protected class directly out here. So like I said, my hands are tied. So, like I said before, if people don't want to really talk about it, then you are complicit in the actions. That's the best way I can sit up there and tell people. And I mean exactly what it is that I say. I don't give a fuck who feels any type of way about it. I mean what the fuck I say when it deals with this topic. Because it's crazy to me that everybody want to say that I'm a racist. I'll be that, but a lot of y'all, anybody that want to call me out, you're a coward because you're not trying to do anything about this situation, about what's happening directly to the families and the kids directly out here. All of y'all are cowards. So shout out to y'all for being cowards. I'll be that racist and you'll continuously be a coward. So I guess we're even. Like, it's crazy how a 22-year-old actually has more gumption, more moxie, more guts than a lot of adults, the greater majority of adults that are directly out here in these white communities. That's crazy. Like I said, shout out to this kid. I wish nothing but the best for him and everything and all of his endeavors and what it is that he is currently doing. Because he is literally, him and Tim Tebow, they are doing God's work. Doing God's work. And the rest of y'all are just sitting around lollygagging with your thumbs up your butt every single time. Like that's some crazy work. That is crazy work. Let me see what else we got. Somebody said Roblox is. Somebody said, did you know the CEO is actually? That's some crazy work. D-Money said Charlie Kirk blamed black folks for the flood in Texas. And you know the funny thing is, the one thing I love about Charlie Kirk and how it is that he talks is that he doesn't bring up historically what is taking place. The same flood that took place in July is the exact same flood that took place 30 years ago. It happened almost pretty much the exact same way. But do you think Charlie Kirk is going to sit up and say anything about that? Nah. Nah, he ain't going to do that. He ain't about that life. Somebody said, how old are you? I'm old enough. How about that one? Because I'm not sure what you're looking for up here. This is not Roblox. This is not Fortnite. This is I don't know what you're looking for here. Like I said, it kills me when I see people up here trying to ask about age. I got to start looking at y'all weird. I gotta start looking at people weird directly up here because it's highly questionable. Let me see. Somebody said, "Are you?" I'm not even sure what the person was saying. Like some of these are like partial sentences. What is that? Melusine? I think it is. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. You said Roblox has poor moderation since somewhere in like 2015 or something like that. I believe it. I 100% believe it. But like I said, I've said in general, like I said, I talk in generalities, right? I've said just in general to a lot of human beings, a lot of parents, a lot of guardians out here that you need to manage, you need to protect, and you need to watch directly after your kids, because if you're not, somebody else will. And the other person that is and that will does not have the best intentions. And I've highlighted and talked about that time and time again, but have these clowns directly pull up to the scene and they're like, oh, you're racist, you're this, you're that, and all this. Like I said, you gotta question who some of these people are. Well, I would fully put Lindsay, you wrote at 8:55. You said, what's wrong with the world pushing children for doing an adult's job? These Geppettos are getting away with too much. I just learned myself how much they protect these individuals. Yeah. That's how bad it is. And this is when it deals with this. I'm specifically talking directly to the white community. Because in a lot of instances, these things get hidden, they get swept directly under the rug. Nobody wants to talk about the percentages. Nobody wants to talk about the stats. Nobody wants to actually get to the meat of the whole situation. So hopefully, Lindsay, if you are the type that is logical, that is not emotional, that will actually listen to the words that have been stated directly through this live stream, even since like the very beginning, the best interest for you is to start advocating and to start highlighting and talking about this stuff. Like I said, everybody got social media. Everybody is pretty much on TikTok, Facebook, IG, YouTube. Your best bet, as I'm looking as a Caucasian woman, is to start highlighting this stuff. It don't matter if you get like 0 views, 1 view, 5 views, whatever. Start highlighting the information, because like I said, I'm black all day long. I can't sit up there and do it, because a lot of the men in your community will come up to my platform during a live stream and they'll be as racist as all get out. They will deflect. They will move the conversation everywhere else but on this topic. And you got to question yourself, why is that? You got to question, why is it that all of those men that can clearly see that there is a situation, a problem directly there in their community, don't want to address it or try to come up with a plan in order to fix what is happening? You got to question that. Got to question it. Well, yeah, shout out to Lindsay there for the comment. And I will say, if this is your first time learning about it, you might want to take a deeper dive. It's a rabbit hole, and it's bad. It is horrible. Once you start going, it's going to lead you to a lot of avenues that you do not even want to go to. It got to the point where I was looking up certain things. It led to the dark web, and I'm desensitized to a lot of things, right? And this is just me being real for a minute. I'm desensitized to, as being on social media, right? As a content creator, I'm desensitized to a lot of things. But the one thing that did not prepare me for was going on the dark web and seeing a lot of the things that were up there. And this is the reason why I push so hard when I happen to talk about stories and things like this. Like I say, y'all think that y'all are just seeing some stuff when y'all happen to read these articles. Oh no. Oh no. It gets far worse. If you happen to, like I said, it's bad. It's worse. It's the best way I can put it is that it's 100 times worse than what mainstream media has told you. It's 100 times worse. That's the best way I can sit up there and even sit up there and tell you. Somebody said, bring it to light. Well, I tried doing that and I got penalized for it. So yeah. And the full totality of which I would have done it, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do it, because that's just going to just, do whatever to whatever. Because again, a lot of the how to sit up there and put it. You got a lot of people that are a part of things that are everywhere. And a lot of those same people will be the exact same, like I said, you get what I'm saying. Like I said, at least for those who have been here for my platform for the longest time possible, y'all know exactly what it is that I'm talking about, and how I've been, pretty vocal on these things. And I even tried to go to the point of actually putting information out on, other places, but I technically got stopped there because of whatever was going on with putting videos directly out there. But yeah, it's whatever. It'd be like that. Like I said, more than anything else, I really care about the kids. Just to be real, past a lot of this other stuff that I just happen to talk about. Like I said, kids are the main light. They're the only reason that adults can still make the stupid mistakes and still do this, that, and the third out here. Because there will always be, brand new life to be here. Like I said, the moment in time that stops, it's over. This party is done. Like I said, you already see that in a lot of places. Like I said, Europe, United States, Japan, Korea, where the populations are dwindling because there are not enough children being born. You're selling more, adult diapers than you are child diapers. In certain places, I think in Korea, is getting to the point in time where I think in one of these, was it 2025, 2026, one of those years in one of the Asian countries, they're not, for the first time ever, they're not going to have I think like a Head Start or a preschool class because of the amount of kids that are not there. So like I said, it's getting bad everywhere. It is getting bad everywhere. Somebody, you said Roblox is a psyop. Yeah. Amanda Rio said, how did black people cause the flood, flushing? Oh, that's great. Oh, that's crazy. You said, don't let your kids use Roblox. It's too much of a risk, to be honest. Yeah, that's bars. I advocate for that. Yeah. Like I said, there's an app directly out there. When TikTok was going down, kids went to like this other app, and again, adults have to create these apps. So there was an app on the App Store. I think I might have covered it in one of my videos, and I didn't even sign in. I looked directly on the app. I was just scrolling through the videos, and you will see a lot for those who are what we got 119 people here. For those who are still here that are parents, a lot of y'all kids, preteens or teenage kids, are directly up there. And when I tell you that you got grown dudes up there asking your kids up there to do this and to do that, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Like they're on a lot of these apps that are meant for like preteens, teenagers, stuff like that, where kids are supposed to be there to socialize. But it's crazy that adults are making apps for kids to socialize on. That don't even make sense. You would think that a teenager would make it, right? That would, in a sense, make more sense, you know. But yeah, like I said, it's crazy. It is. It's crazy how that happens. And like I said, I've tried to bring awareness to a lot of things, and lo and behold, nothing. And the app is still there. The app is still there with all of those people still there. It's even to the point where the kids know what's going on, but they cover their faces with smiley faces. And they'll still do what the people ask them to do, which is crazy because they're getting like donations or money or whatever it is. Like I said, it's crazy, man. It is diabolical. You said that it's boring. I guess so. I guess it is because what? I'm not yelling. I'm not screaming and hollering right now because I'm more relaxed and I'm just trying to get a point across and talk about this. So that's boring for you. All right, no problem. I got you. So now that we all know that you exist because that's what you wanted, get banned. So now you could be bored somewhere out there in space. That's what we can do. Lindsay said, dealing with an investigation now with my youngest daughter and my brother-in-law. Law enforcement won't do anything because there's no evidence, and apparently he has rights if he doesn't want to be. Wait, if he doesn't want to. Oh, if he doesn't want to talk. Um, sorry that you got to deal with that. The like I said, at least you know about what's going on now. So in that sense, you can stop any type of communications or anything like that from going on and or happening. Now the best bet to do is to try to get whatever evidence or whatnot that you can. Don't matter if it's text messages or whatever it is. Um, like I said, or you would just have to get the information out there for other people to put people on notice. That's the best thing that you can do. Because whatever took place there, you would not want that to happen to anybody else. And that's the main thing I keep trying to tell people. Whatever happened there, you don't want that to sit up there and happen to anybody else. You don't want nobody else to be made an example of, to have to deal with therapy or whatnot or whatever. So it's just best to get that information directly out there to anybody and all that will, sit up there and listen and, move that way. Right. You said that so the sicko gets to walk free and continue to be around. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, I've covered when I tell you that I've covered a multitude of stories before directly on this, and I literally tried. Did videos to try to warn people in your community specifically, like, yo, the judges let this dude go 3 times. I'm talking about the lawyers let him go, the police let him go, the judges let him go, and he still went back and did the exact same thing. This is what I tried to sit up there and warn people about. But I'm like, all right, well, white folks ain't listening. White folks don't care, so I'm just, I'm not gonna put out those videos, anymore because it's whatever. So, like I said, it ain't nothing I can do. I tried my best. Did what it is that I normally do, but to no avail. People didn't want to sit up there and listen. People had problems directly with it. People got protections out here that I didn't know nothing about. So, I'm like, all right, whatever. I let everybody else sit up there and talk about it and deal with the situation. Right? Everybody else got a louder voice than I do. So it's up to everybody else. People can't say that I didn't do it or that I didn't try. RY said, Seji, you have a soul and are human. That's why that mess affected you. People on children make me angry. Yeah, it's tough. It is very tough. And like I said, when you happen to see a lot of other stuff out there, like it just, like I said, it takes a while. It takes a while. So that's why back in previous videos, whenever I would cover stuff, like I would break because of all of the things that I have like read about, seen, and all. It's just, it's a lot. It takes, when I sit up there and like I said, that stuff like it is not for the weak. Like you will break. If you have any type of a soul, if you are any type of human being, all of that stuff that you happen to read and see and all, it is going to break you. One way or it's going to sit up there and break you. It's going to have an effect. So, and like I said, that was stuff from like years ago. And I'm still waving through, all of those emotions and, and different things like that. So, Michael Smith said, I had a coworker that ran down that rabbit hole and is now waiting to be sentenced in federal court. He worked for the federal government. Woo! That's crazy. That is, that's crazy. Lindsay said, it is awful. My daughter just turned 10. Sister-in-law is choosing to believe him and stay with him. Woo, dear Lord. The best thing that I could sit up there and tell you is some people that you can't, this is the thing, because this is when it starts to get into radioactive territory. The only thing that you can really do right now is what is for the best benefit of you can't save a woman like that. There's nothing that you can sit up there and do. Your best bet is to speak up for the kids, even try to fight for custody. I'm not sure how that would even have to happen. You would have to have a lot of things to even use to levy anything close to try to fight for any type of custody. That's just going to be a bad situation all around. There was a female celebrity that went through something like that, and she, in a sense, had a relationship with her father. I forgot who it was, but I covered that story as well. And I think she later on did she was a part of a documentary or something like that, where she talked about the relationship that she had with her. Like I said, it was just bad. It was bad all the way around. Like I said, whenever I hear stories like this, I feel so bad for the kids because they can't do anything. They can't do anything, and they're going to be the main ones to try to blame themselves about that, and it's not their fault. It's never their fault at all. It's never. Like I said, I feel bad for the kids. I feel bad for the kids. Yo, what's up, Sham? Sham said, WP have a whole society built that is very hard to uproot and take out, just like this boy getting banned from hunting down the same people. Yeah, it's crazy. It's diabolical. It's 100% diabolical. Lord have mercy. Lindsay said, and he did this by way of playing Roblox with her for hours. Jesus Christ. He said law enforcement and DCS both involved. They said that the most that's going to happen is a no contact order. I think did you write something else out there? You said just a no contact order. Man. Like I said, I feel I wish that I could sit up there and give you, like I said, I wish I can give you more, but I can't. Like I don't know what else to sit up there and specifically tell you, I hope that things work out. Uh, and I know that that little girl is going to sit up there and need therapy. I knew she's gonna need therapy. Ashley said, "Thank you for shedding light. I was viewing it live about 1 a.m. There was this little girl in there with her brother. I am really bothered because you had men asking her, does she have Roblox? Yeah, that's like I said, that's what I'll be talking about. And I've even talked about stuff directly when it deals with TikTok because you got a lot of those same people directly on TikTok. Like I said, it just should not be happening. And these dudes be from all over the world, different countries. And that's why I try to tell parents all the time. It's like, yo, you can't allow these kids on these video games, and you're not around. Like you just can't. Like I said, there's been not even like with this situation, but there's been situations where some dudes were talking to a kid, like a kid was just sitting up there like talking or whatnot, and they start trying to cuss the kid out on Call of Duty or whatever it was. And I had to sit up there and tell him, like, dog, like calm down, like, yo, that's a child at the end of the day. Like, yo, you don't be sitting up there cussing at a kid. Like, that's why I sit up there and say, like, yo, if you're a parent, you need to be there directly with your kids. Like as a whole nother adult should not have to be directly in a lobby trying to defend your kid. Like you should be there. You should be there to make sure or to cuss out whoever is sitting up there trying to say something crazy directly to your kid. Like that ain't really my job. Really, I shouldn't even care because I'm not on duty. I ain't getting paid for this. But like I said, because I have an understanding and because I know that a lot of kids ain't going to really know how to uh defend themselves, when you got other people that are older saying stuff, crazy stuff to them, I'm going to sit up there and say something. But like I said before, like, yo, uh, you can't allow these kids on these video games, man. But like I said, for Lindsay, man, I hope the best for the situation with your family. I hope the best. And like I said, it's going to be even more terrible because if your sister-in-law is going to stay directly with that dude, she is enabling everything to take place. She is just as worse, if not worse, because she literally has all the information possible to turn that person in, but she opts not to because she values her own happiness and whatnot or whatever directly over the kids. And that's crazy. That's dangerous. That is 1,000% dangerous. Uh, let me see. Let's see. You said that yes, she started therapy, and I've learned to trust no one. Yeah, yeah, yep. It'd be like that. At one moment in time, you had a very trusting heart and everything of that nature, and then you're like, "Yo, I'm not about to trust nobody." Like I said, those type of situations, it will change your whole outlook on how you perceive, other human beings directly out here. Wait, what? I don't even know what that person's even talking about. Talking about he has no idea what he's talking about. Okay, I guess. Like I said, people just be saying anything up here. Uh Sham says, does he traffic even after Lynn said another scary thing is that he works on computers and creates websites for a living. No telling what's on his computer. And yes, he's white. If only you could have been up here to say this stuff at the height of this live stream when there was like fields of people directly up. If only you could have been up here. Because let me tell you, because people were saying everything else in the world, wanted to bring up all these other types of stuff. Like I said, it takes from somebody directly from a community in order to speak and to highlight things that are specifically going on. It takes for that to sit up there and take place and happen. Like I said, you just have to, in a sense, in a situation, you gotta become Wonder Woman. Like, just to be real, you literally have to be the Wonder Woman in the situation. Oh, Crypto said, I was talking to only one, not you, the host. Okay, I got you. Uh, but yeah, to Lindsay's like, yeah, you gotta basically become Wonder Woman in a situation, and you gotta literally put them braces on in that band, and you gotta start protecting those kids. Like, I'm just be real. That's the only way to do it. And as I stated before, when it specifically dealt with women, I'm an advocate for women having self-defense. So that don't matter if it's hand-to-hand combat or if that's getting your license to directly carry. Because as you can clearly see, DCS and the police ain't gonna do nothing. They do not care. So, like I said, you are the last bastion of safety directly for those kids. And realistically, that's a burden that you should not solely have to sit up there and deal with. But those be the breaks. That's what tends to sit up there and happen. Sometimes only a few of us are strong enough to actually deal with these monstrous situations. So you just gotta be there for the kids. Make sure they get the the proper therapy. You're gonna have to monitor a lot of conversations. You're gonna have to maybe buy some things to be able to track and to keep tabs on text messages and conversations on video games and different things. Like I said, you're gonna have to do a lot of stuff. You're gonna have to do a lot of stuff because the door is technically already opened. For a person to quote unquote say that, oh, I feel safe around you because of this. They be saying some of the most craziest things. Like I said, shout out to Chris Hansen. That was a show that was heavily needed, but because he was doing too much work, people decided that, oh, we're going to find some type of way to cancel what it is that you were doing. Like, that dude was putting a lot of dudes out here on Front Street. He's still doing it directly on YouTube. Like, I gotta remind myself to like subscribe directly to the what's the name, so I can see the videos they got directly up there. But like I said, whenever you have one person doing it, usually you're not going to have other people try to copy and do that exact same thing, or at least properly. Like, right now, you got some people that are doing it right for the right reasons, but then you got other people trying to do it for the wrong reasons. And they're trying to add some type of sensationalism and all this other type of stuff directly to it. And I'm like, you're getting away from the reason of why it is that you're doing this, let me see. What was I might have missed a few. Somebody said, please stop, you're spreading false information. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me see. Why do they have videos of? Somebody said boycott Roblox. D Money said it's not false information if you look at the numbers. Hey, like I said, like if people want to sit up there and try to state that stuff is false information, it is what it is, man. Like I said, I'm so past that it don't even matter. Like I said, I just gotta look, I gotta side eye those people, and I just gotta remember those folks who are on that type of time, Lindsay said, my dad is livid. He said if he whatnot or whatever's the individual, the law enforcement comes to questions him, he's going to tell them that he has the right. Like I said, the main thing that I would sit up there and state legally and everything is do your best to have paperwork and to go by the book. That's the best way that I could sit up there and put it, because I ain't trying to have people out there trying to say that I'm telling people to do this or whatnot. I want people to go through legal channels, go through the books, go through the court systems, because like I said, people try to get funny with a lot of stuff once you start, going into certain territories, right? And then people want to try to, but he sat up there and said, I ain't sit up there and say nothing. I said I want people to go by the book, right? But also I did sit up there and state that people have a right to protect their home and their families, which every American does. Every American out here has the right to protect their families, themselves, and their homes. Right? That's all I'm saying. Let me see. What else we got directly down here? To be There was around when okay, the person is talking about something else. I'm not even sure how people even still on BLM. That's crazy. Uh Somebody said is Could have said, but you're right. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sham said, yeah, I'm aware. I wasn't there. I can never touch those documents or to be there to know that what I heard about. Somebody said everyone has had their own share of stuff. Sham said, I don't know. There's a lot of money. Let me see. What was that? So you know, funny makes the blood do crazy stuff. Look at Latoya lied on Michael years later and admitted that she got paid. Oh, you're talking about Latoya Jackson? Yeah. You said y'all have been believing these racist stereotypes and lies for so long that y'all don't even realize that they're fake. Read something besides your grinder accounts. I'm not even sure what that is even referring to. D Money said you might have to up my finder's fee to 15% after ah, this man right here. Let me tell you something. Amanda said that's true, and I did see valid points, and we got to be real about how many people are straight up on that type of time. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's crazy. It's actually the crazy part is I just noticed that we've been talking for about 3 minutes and about 19 seconds. That is crazy, and only went over how many videos did I do? Only did one video of like the African dude, which is crazy. I think I might even switch the. I might just have to put and more directly up. I don't know. I don't know because I'm pretty sure if people happen to see the live stream a little bit later, especially on the first channel, they were like, "Yo, what was the like? How did you type? Say that the video is this when you're talking about all this other type of? Yeah, it'd be like that. Like I said, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. It'd be like that, man. It really be like that. Ty said 3 minutes. No. Wait, didn't I say I said 3 hours in 20 minutes, right? Or did I say 3 minutes? I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I might have mistyped, even though I said it out loud. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like that. Pat Brewer said it's good for the kids. Yeah, to bring this up and to talk about it. Yeah. Only one said I am a vet. Thank you for your service. He said stress from the flood. Only one said we have vets in the streets because our government cares more. And the crazy part is I've highlighted this. Okay, so I did say 3 minutes and 19. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I said 3 minutes. I don't know what happened there. Like I said, I've been up here talking for so long that stuff be getting like mixed up. Shout out to Todd. That man always spots whenever I make mistakes. Let me tell you something. Then we got Brandon Brewer was like, no, said you actually said that. Thanks, guys. Shout out to Gail. Pulling up to the scene. What is up, Gail? What is up, Gail? What is going on? But only one, yeah. And the craziest part is I've talked about that as well too, and I've specifically pointed that directly towards white folks because at the end of the day, when it deals with like the VA and everything like that, they're the ones that send controllers because they say that hey, we're the most patriotic. We care about our vets. We care about our brothers and sisters that go out there and fight for this country and defend us and all this other. But I'm like, so why are they out here on the streets? Like I know 2 vets right now. One, I know a guy by the name of Joe. He used to drive. He used to take me back and forth. Whenever I had to sit up there and go to work. That dude is a retired vet. I think he's retired from like injuries or some stuff like that. Older guy, right? Um, and then I know another vet by the name of Tonda, aka Miss Light, who is a moderator and a part directly of this channel. And like I said, I didn't heard a lot of stories dealing with the VA, and I've also went over a lot of stories dealing with the VA and how it is that a lot of people, the American folks, will allow the government to treat the our vets, and especially a lot of our disabled vets, and how it's very tough for them to get the treatment and the things and the monies that they just so happens to need. Like I said, I feel as though that when people come directly back after serving time, I'm not sure if they might do it for years or whatnot, whatever. I feel as though that those individuals should be able to get certain things, certain amenities and whatnot for free, or at least the price or whatever is slashed in half when it deals with like housing and things of that nature. Pretty much, I'm like, if pretty much went over, you signed up, you went over and served and all this other type of stuff, you should be able to get a nice home free of charge, realistically. Because I'm like, you putting your life on the line. Like you really can't put a price on somebody's life, but you should be able to at least give them something for what it is that they were willing to sacrifice. Because, like I said, they over there giving off limbs and all this other type of stuff. They're away from their families and everything of the sort. They don't even know if they're going to sit up there and make it back. When they leave home. You know. But yeah, like I said, I guess that's just my thought process directly on that. Amanda said, I've stayed here since I got here, but it's great. I love it. It's all kind of connected, Gotcha. Uh, Gail said, I am exhausted. Gail must have just got off work. That's the first time I literally seen Gail say that she's exhausted. That's crazy. Amanda jumped in too. She was like, yeah, you did say 3 minutes. Damn, I was like, come on, guys, come here, break. I've been talking for a while. Come here, break, guys. Come on now. It's like, dang, it is tough out here. It is tough out here. This man Brandon B. World was like, you're welcome, good buddy. They got a man up here just like rolling. That is diabolical. Diabolical. D Money said, this man D Money. I was about to read that comment. I was like, yeah, let me let me pull back and read that comment real quick. Only one said, Tippy, you can't fix everyone. That's bars. That is bars. That is bars. Only one said, truth at host. Pat said, kid is smart and doing a great job. Adults should be doing, instead of suing, they should hire him. Yeah, that's true. In a perfect world, that realistically is how it should go. But like I say, you got to start questioning stuff when things like this happen. You got to start side-eyeing a lot of things directly out there. And, because there's a lot of money and stuff involved, a lot of people aren't going to be so quick to move, So like I said, shout out to Tim Tebow and shout out to this kid. Like I said, doing God's work. Doing God's work, man. Doing God's work. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Sitting up here looking at Sham's comment. That is crazy. Amanda said, think about this. Is your credit card or bank ever offline and not working for over 24 hours? No. That's true. That is true. Let me see. D Money said, be mindful of the language, people. Somebody said, get a job. That's some crazy work. How about get this banned? That's what we're doing. We only got 83 people here. It's going to be real quick to ban people with no problem. Besides, Caesar said, but it's easier to blame poor minorities, right? Quiet Mouse, that seems a little bit familiar. Said, hello, what is up? What is up? Ty said, sounds like an excuse, Cedric. No, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. Somebody said, you get blocked for facts on this channel. So when a person is sitting up there spelling out the N word, what facts are they giving? Let me just know. Let's just start with that one. Since I'm the talking voice directly here. When because you want to talk about facts. When a racist pulls up to my channel, decides that they want to let me know who it is that they are and how it is that they're moving, they want to start spelling out the N word. How is that facts? And why shouldn't I not block them? Let me know. Let me know. Because you're about a few ways to Sunday of getting blocked real quick. Let me know. Because like I said, that is some crazy work. Hack said, Seji, can I hit you up on Discord real quick? I don't even got Discord up at the moment. I mean, you about to send like some well, if it's like videos and stuff, I can't put that up here. Let me tell you, can't well, depending on what it is, can't put that up there. Sham said I need an adult. Amanda said my comment is about the VA. If the government felt it was important, they be fixed. Banks are never offline, broken or underfunded. Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. That's bars. That's bars. Quiet Mouse said my handle used to be looky here. Okay, I got you. It's still I'm still a little bit vague on it, but I got you. Only one said me. I will put my faith in God above no one else. Okay. Tippy said Sky Trip. What facts he was throwing? Yeah, like Hack said. He said before 6 questions. Wait, huh? Oh, you said Battlefield Quake. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah. I got you. Where's my Discord at? I gotta actually click that. I probably got like updates at this moment in time. Only one said black, white, Hispanic. In the end, we will answer to God, right? But like I said, to the person that wrote that for Scotch, like I said, I don't know if one of my moderators might have got you, but it'd be like that. But like I said, to anybody else that want to pull up to the scene and write something so stupid, y'all just further prove my point. Like I said, throughout this whole 3-hour live stream, prove the point on everything that I was sitting up there saying. You had a few people that pulled up to the scene and that spoke on some real type stuff, and magically, when that happens, all of these people magically disappear. They're nowhere to be seen. Excommunicado, whatever it is, right? But before Lindsay had pulled up, magically, all of these people had something to say. But like I said, people happen to get bored when I'm not yelling and hollering. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. I wish it was the reverse. I wish it was. I wish it was like, yo, I could actually talk to people like human beings, and people would actually stay and actually be more engaged. But it'd be like that. Sham says still playing Grounded. I've been playing Battlefield 6. Let me tell you, I'm still waiting for. Oh snap! My update failed. That is diabolical. Said retrying in a few seconds. Said downloading update now. Matter of fact, let me just make sure because I want to just make sure I cleared out all of my stuff previously because I had to move stuff around. If my it is full too. Ooh boy, wait. It wait a minute. My drive. Let me hold on. So yeah, what's going to end up happening is that the next video that I put up, it'll probably be around 12, is going to be the one of the first African guy that y'all were able to see. And I'm going to just put all of those videos directly up there and pretty much guess I'll let y'all have a conversation about that in the comment description. I guess that's what we'll do. Oh, I see why the update failed. I got it. Let me just empty that. Whoa. Word? Nah, buddy. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I see why it failed. I understand. I got to move a lot of stuff over. Yep. Yeah, hopefully it was. Yeah, I don't think that was probably enough either. I'm just gonna have to move some more stuff over. at the moment. Let me see. Is Discord up? It says updating. Is it 1 of 1 or 1 out of 100? I'm not even sure. Yeah, update. I can't even open Discord on my computer because my hard drive is full. So, yep. What would have to happen is that I can open it on my phone, and whatever questions that you got, I can probably answer those. Because yeah, I'm not gonna be able to open it on my computer. It's not gonna happen. At least not today. Yeah, so I'm just gonna close and exit that one because yeah, that felt that felt horrible. I never seen a Discord update fail. So yeah, I know my hard drive is full. I gotta work on that. Only one said, oh, you're replying back to Tippy. I got you. Amanda said there was a Casper game for Nintendo. Yeah, it was. I remember that game, and I did want to play that game too. Casper also had a handheld game too. A lot of old school, cartoons like The Lion King, Goof Troops, Looney Tunes, Tiny Toon Event. A lot of them had. I think even Popeye had one. Everybody had like a handheld game specifically during that time. It was dope. Those are classic games. Only one said Malcolm X. Saw it. Nothing worse for the Black community than Oh, okay. That's what you're saying that he said. Okay, I got you. D Money said Super Nintendo. That's bars. Super NES. Sham said, would I be good at Battlefield? I'm not sure. It depends on if your computer's going to run it. Because people have had an issue with running the beta. I think it is still up. Yeah, it's still up at this current moment of time. I think the beta is going to end on the 17th at some point. So it's probably like Sunday at like 12 p.m. or something like that. So you would still have time to play it. I would say for you, because I'm not sure how your map awareness is or how that'll work out. I would think that team deathmatch would be because it's smaller, it's confined. I feel like that would be a better way for you to play versus Conquest, because Conquest is like 64 players. Everything is happening. You getting bombed from like airplanes, from jets. You got stuff going on with like helicopters. You got tanks. You got ATVs directly out there. And then you got the normal soldiers. And like I said, it's a lot. It's a lot going on. A lot happening. Let me see. So yeah, I think let me see. Do I got it directly up there? Okay, I got you. Let's scroll directly up there. You said just wanted to know if I'll do some streams of Battlefield 6. I mean, technically I could. It'll probably just be in like the normal video format instead of in this like TikTok-ish, type of format. I probably, do something like that, I guess. Let me see. I could probably do something like that tomorrow, I guess. I could do that. I would want to say I'll probably start, if I were to do it, I would try to do it in the morning if I can, depending on, what's going on. So that there's at least, more than enough time for, people to come through and see it if they want to. And it'll probably only be just on one channel, right? So that's the way I more than likely do it. The funniest thing is I actually did stream it for about like an hour or two on my Twitch. So if you actually look up the Twitch, I did it directly from the Xbox when I did it. So you could probably, see some of those videos like, yo, I am a medic. Technically I'm a medic first because I like playing support. And LMGs and shotguns are my primary guns that I love using. I'm just waiting for the full game to come out so I can really explore directly through those weapons and hopefully get the Dragon's Breath directly for the shotguns. But so let me just roll this because I don't want no type of confusion. So let me just roll this directly on the what's the name? But because it's more so like gaming Battlefield stuff right there. But I can sit up there and say for anybody playing a Battlefield 6 beta, look at the M4 and give that a shot. I kid you not. After I went through, I did the shotgun, leveled that up to 20, made it to 20 on my account. I leveled out both of the LMGs. I've had the most consistency with getting triples and doubles and whatnot with the M4. I got a nicely kitted out M4 directly there, and that bad boy, it works. It works. I will tell you, if you happen to get a chance to use the second DMR, that bad boy is lethal. 2 shots. Each shot, basically, if you hit the person, each shot is 50 damage. So automatically 2 bullets equals 100. That person is out of there. So it's almost like the FAL. If I can get if they even allow you to get like a match trigger or something like that to like make it shoot faster, oh, it's over. It is even just like half a second faster, it's over. It is completely over. The thermite, if you happen to use the assault class, that is lethal. That thermite is not a joke. Like if you can hit somebody directly with it, first off, they're out of there. Second of all, if you can just like set somebody like on fire with that, oh boy, it's a barbecue. Let me tell you something. We got Senshi. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? D Money say even McDonald's had a video game. Yeah, Ronald McDonald had a video game. I remember that. Axe said, "Can you be a commander in Battlefield 6?" In a beta, I didn't see that. I didn't see the commander. I know exactly what it is that you're talking about, but I didn't see that up there. You probably, when the full game comes out, it'll probably do the same thing that you can in other Battlefields. Because of Battlefield 6, I am tempted to download some of the other Battlefields. So that'll probably be, I think, what was it, 2045? And then we got Battlefield 5. Either one of those two, I might just actually re-download those and actually play those. Because it's been a minute. It has been a minute. Let me see. Ty said, fun fact, my job keeps trying to get me to donate. They call me ungrateful. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Anything to pressure somebody to do something that they want them to do. It will be like that. Let me tell you. Tippy said, before my time, McDonald's had video games. Tippy always doing this. Have you tell it, Tippy would be like, yeah, I was born in 2005. It's like, come on, Tippy. Do this every time. Let me tell you something. Tippy does this every time, I tell you. Hilarious. Hilarious. Let me see. What else did what Hack say, I think? Okay, I think those are okay, I got you. So I was like, Tippy saying she's 19 regardless. Yeah. D Money said, wait, is Tippy age shaming? Nah, she not. Tippy just being she always do that. She's just being funny. No. Tippy is just being funny. Just being funny. But yeah, pretty much that's it, guys. Yeah, I ain't gonna try to keep y'all here over 3 hours or whatnot. I want y'all to go out there and do whatever. Workouts, gyms, all that fancy nice stuff directly out there. Ty said Tippy is Tippy shaming. Tippy said it's true, LOL. I don't remember or I wasn't born. Oh my god. Here we go. This woman here, you would swear up and down. She was like, yeah, I wasn't born during the time of Sega Genesis. I wasn't there for the Dreamcast. I swear to goodness. She does this all the time. Ty said, back to Grounded I go. Wait, so y'all are playing the first Grounded or y'all playing Grounded 2? Because I think y'all got to be playing Grounded 1. I'm guessing. Because I think that's what I saw Sham on. Professional said, do you have a Discord? Yeah, I got a Discord that's pretty much dead. Bad boy is dead. Let me tell you, it is that bad boy has not been working in some time. Let me tell you, it's ghosts. Ghost in the gun shell. Tibby said, I don't recall Seji play Mafia Old Country. What? Was you, man? Tibby ain't playing no Mafia Old Country. You know what? I haven't even played the other Mafia games. You already know me, Tippy. There's only certain games that I play, and other ones I just haven't played. I haven't played any Grand Theft Autos. So Grand Theft Auto 6, when it comes out, will actually be my first Grand Theft Auto. Like I said, I was more of a fan of Driver, and maybe even an Italian Job, stuff like that. So yeah, like I said, when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, oh yeah, you will see streams on this channel. It is happening. It is going down. Now, hopefully they don't got no stuff in there that can't be streamed, because I would be pissed. Oh boy, I will be. I wouldn't even know what to say. Let me tell you. So I would hopefully they'll let people know some of the content that's in there, like that, if it's crazy or not, because that'd be crazy. Because I people, everybody gonna be streaming that when they get it. Tibby said this was a crazy stream. Sort of, yeah. Tibby said, wow, what? D Money said Mafia isn't. No, it's not a bad series. It looks pretty dope, but yeah. I wasn't really like into like Mafia and stuff like that. Amanda said all you have to do is rename your Discord 5th grade Springfield School. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. Then the moment of time I do that, I get Chris Hansen directly on there real quick. Just get Chris Hansen there. And you said it'll be full by tomorrow. Man, that's crazy. Tibby said play the full game online. Wait, what full game? Are you talking about Mafia or which one? A little bit confused. Professional said right, LOL. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that, Amanda said, will you get to know who shows up? I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That is 100% true. Like I told people before, at one point in time, I was like, yo, sit up there and can game directly on the Discord and stuff like that. I mean, that's another avenue to do that, stuff like that. Well, you said only pearls. Wait, what? What does that mean? I'm so confused. I don't even know what that means. Tibby said, I'm about to play Mafia 3. Piss off these races in their own neighborhoods. That's crazy. You might, if you want to do all that, you might as well play Red Dead Redemption 2. You might as well do that. I'm not sure if you saw the clips for that, but you might as well do that. Amanda Real said, oh, sorry. Oh, you said it's a Brazilian saying. Okay, I got you. Oh, you said it means bad people. Yeah, that threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute. Is that like an OF type of thing? I'm like, what? That threw. My mind was like, I was just like off into like the wilderness. I'm like, I'm looking in yonder. I'm like, what does that mean? Let me theorize, because I don't got no type of subtitles on that. So yeah, I'm glad you told me. I'm glad you told me. Thank you for informing me on this. Okay, so it's an old Brazilian saying. Gotcha. Actually, the funny thing, Amanda, I know a guy from Brazil. Very, very cool guy. Very cool guy. Family oriented, hard worker. Very, very cool dude. Very cool dude. Like I said, that's the other than you being here, that's technically the first Brazilian person that I wanna say, at least by knowing within proximity, that's the first Brazilian person I've actually known and actually had a conversation with, out of all the other people that I've been able to, actually run into and stuff like that. So that would make you number 2. So that's actually pretty dope. Pretty dope. Like I said, I love social media. Get to meet a whole bunch of people. It's dope. Tibby said, I don't have the game, unfortunately. Oh, Lord. Amanda said, it's like sarcastic. Oh, only pearls of good morals. Okay, I got you. Tibby said, who's Amanda Seji? I think, okay, so I guess what See, that's the one problem with having two things going at once is that when it deals with like a whole nother side, y'all can't really see it. Okay, so yeah, Amanda is talking from the first channel. That's why. That's why. Actually, looking at it, Amanda is the only one on the first channel. So much love, respect, and appreciation to Amanda. Keeping the chats going directly on the other channel. I think what was it? We got professional and actually no, I'm incorrect. It's professional Amanda, D Money, and who else? I think that's it. And Ty. And Century that are pretty much chatting on the first channel there. I think everybody else is pretty much coming directly from the second channel. I think that's how that goes. Felix says hi. What is up? Amanda said that's dope. I'm happy to make friends all over the world. Hey, that is dope. Tippy said, Seji, who is she? I mean, she's in the chat. She's on the first channel talking. You know we got two channels going, Tippy. Amanda said, I'm carrying the chat. LOL. Yeah. Yep. On the first channel, yeah. Ty said no. Tippy said, she's friendly, she's cool. I mean, at least from the conversations, yeah, you know. This is Amanda here. So she's talking from the other channel, first one. Let me see. Ty said it's the other way around. Wait, which channel was it on? Wait, it says the other way around. Which one am I on right now? Ain't this the first one? Should be the first one, right? Okay, actually, no, I'm incorrect. Okay, yeah, Ty's right. I had it flipped around. So actually, Amanda's talking from the second channel. So Ty was correct. Like I said, I've been talking for so long, left is right, up and down, down is up. So yeah, so Ty's right. Actually, it was the second channel, the second coming that Amanda's talking directly from. I thought it was the first channel because I did log directly over there because I remember earlier D Money needed me to log over to the other one to deal with the situations over there. So that's what wires got crossed directly in there. It'd be like that. Got to take those vitamins. I need those Flintstone vitamins. I need those. Ty said we're on the second channel. Professional said, do you have two channels running the same stream? Correct. That would be correct. Tippy said, okay, why is she being so nice? Because she's Brazilian? I don't know. T-Money said yes. He does have two channels going. It's in the description. You said why? I mean, because I got two channels. I'm able to do that. I like doing it. And that way I can also talk to, let's say, both people who are on the channel, like let's say like subscribers. Because every now and again I might happen to go live, might do a video, and it's a good way to happen to talk to people that I haven't talked to over the years, or some months or whatnot or whatever. So, interactive, that type of thing. Ty said I always gotta correct you. I want my payment. This man right here. Ty said correction fees. Amanda said, by the way, who is Tippy? Tippy is one of the main moderators who has been here. I can't even give you the amount of years Tippy has actually been here. It's getting to the point where soon enough I'm going to be able to say that Tippy's been here for like a decade. Like it's getting to that point. But Tippy's been here for a long time, a lot of years. Tippy's been here, including being directly here for live streams actually, and everything of the sort. Because didn't we stream like one of the games? I think we streamed something before. I forgot. Ty said it's racking up. This man. Ty said Amanda, Tippy is Tippy. That's all I can say. Amanda said I can't see some of the people. I will check other channels out because I'm only here for the first time. And you said I'm chatty and friendly because I ain't scared of being positive. Gotcha. Professional said okay. Tippy said, oh, she's Brazilian. Okay, Seji. That tall model is Brazilian too. I see what you do. Tippy always got some conspiracies. Tippy got straight conspiracies directly out here. D Money said, add that to my finder's fee. Everybody with these fees. Gail said, Tippy is one of his wives. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. This is ridiculous. Here we go. Tippy said, I'm joking. Is she cool with you? She is cool with me. D Money said, doing the Lord's work with 500 clowns in the chat is not easy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. When you're sitting up there dealing with a lot of the trolls and stuff. Yeah, that's true. Tippy said, tell Amanda you are married. This woman here. Amanda said, but I'm not looking for anything special. Just can't sleep. And this has been a really crazy life. Yeah, it has. Like I said, it started off pretty crazy. Technically, a lot of lives do, I guess. And especially if I feel a certain type of way about a topic or different things. Because like I said before, originally,
As I'm concerned,
we were supposed to just go over and talk about these videos here, and that was going to be a whole nother tangent and all this other. Didn't even make it. I didn't even make it to the second or the third or fourth video. Wait, let me see how many videos I got. One, two. Wait. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 videos up here. I did not even make it through those videos. So that now means that I'm going to have to just turn that into short form content and have it up there. So it'd be like that. Like I said, it's crazy. Like, what was the thing I always say with outlaw? What was it? God, what was the whole thing that people would say? Man makes plans, God laughs. So it's like, yeah, I had a whole plan on how this live stream was supposed to sit up there and go, and yeah, that just did not work out. It didn't work out. But like I said, hey, it be like that. I really wouldn't have it no other way. It is a fun, engaging way, and in a lot of instances, you guys get to have fun, have conversations, connect, and talk to people, and different things of that nature. So it be like that. Amanda said, "Cool." And when wait, widowed. Wait, I'm lost. I'm a little bit confused on that. Was that another like Brazilian like saying or something? Tippy said, "Oh, she's saying you're not special." Gil says he keep putting his later egos on the screen. Wait, later ego. Oh, this man, she always be saying something because somebody be wearing glasses and stuff. Oh, that's crazy. That's diabolical, Gil. Ty said she straight up rejected him before he could say anything to me. Ty said, "Cool, I'm widowed." Is that what she's saying? Ah. Amanda said, Tippy said, this man is married. And I said, cool, I'm widowed. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I got you. Oh, wait. Oh, your husband. Wait, your husband passed? Wait. Let me make sure I got that right. Hold on. I don't want to put anything. Yeah, my condolences. My condolences there. I had to just make sure real quick. And the funny thing is, when I typed that in, it was like, what does it mean in I think like Spanish or Brazilian or whatnot or whatever. Yeah, my condolences. My condolences. Tippy said I'm about to have my first online beef. It's ridiculous. Ty said Amanda warning after the first hour. It says you stopped being able to read. Wow, that's crazy. That's only because I've been up here for a minute. That's why. And I did say about, what was it? About like 3:40, 3:30 that I was going to pretty much end the stream, and I'm still up here because I was like, yeah, I wasn't trying to have y'all up here for 4 hours, but conversations, reading through text, and this was without Tippy sitting up there saying like, "Hey, wait, don't win this, don't end the stream. One more thing, I got a question. Hey, talk about this. Hey, wait, don't go." What Tippy normally does every time. Well, at least when she's here. And then we got Gail talking about with the tiny violin. Look at this. D Money was like, facts. He's normally 20, 30 minutes behind the chat. Well, I'm on time this time because the chat has slowed down. It's not as many people in here. Everybody just chilling. So that is where we are. Amanda said, yeah, a couple of years ago, I got an extended warranty on the Deaf Do Us Part 2 forever. I'm not sure if you meant that to be funny. I do apologize because like the way I read it was vastly different. Like I said, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to just read stuff normally. You said, so I'm planning to stay widowed because that sounds way cooler than single. I swear you're saying this to like add humor directly into it, but I'm not sure if my reaction is like proper to act. Oh man, it's like I feel bad at the same time, but it's so funny. This is terrible. To be so, never mind. Let her know I'm playing. It's Saturday for laughs. I said, Amanda, another word of advice, said you always makes excuses as to why he can't read. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Tippy said, well, since you mentioned it, said your gaming stream, what you playing? Well, I'm not playing that right now. Going back to I think what was it, Hack? I think if I'm correct. I think Hack was asking about Battlefield. And yeah, I'll probably play some Battlefield depending on what's happening. I'll play some Battlefield directly in the morning to stream it. I'll do that. Depending on what the time constraints directly are, or as soon as I can start a stream, as promptly and early as possible, I'll do that and just have Battlefield up there. But it'll only be on the Second Coming channel. So that's what we do. I'm not sure how my sound and everything is going to be because it's been a minute since I've actually done a live stream that way. But since it's from OBS, it should be all right. So we should be good. Okay. Amanda said, yeah, it's supposed to be funny. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure. I felt like it was like technically like morbid humor type of thing, but I wasn't sure and I felt bad. I was like, yo, she lost her husband. It's like I'm laughing about this. I'm like, yo, I gotta pray to somebody real quick. I'm not in the right frame right now. So okay, now I don't feel so bad. I don't feel so bad. All right. D Money says she had me so confused. Yeah, me too. Me as well, because I was feeling bad. I'm like, man, I'm really laughing about this, and this is live. This is not going to look good. The internet is forever. What was it? Ty says, Seji, I do this all the time. I go by widowed and watch people be confused. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Amanda said, man, I'm not about to cry here, so you can laugh. It's been a few years ago. I do miss him, but he is in my heart. It is what it is. Okay, I got you. I got you. Sham up here laughing. Amanda said he called me widowed. LOL. Yeah. Wait. Did I say that? I probably did. Because I did type it into, yeah. It's like I'm still feeling bad. It's like it's crazy. Oh man. Now I know how like the comedians feel when they happen to like make a joke about somebody and then find out like the person's like handicapped, and then it's like, damn. It's like you laughing, but you feel bad. It's like, man, it's like I didn't even know it was just a joke. Yeah, it's crazy. Tibby says, I think I overheard, but tell Amanda I'm sorry. So let me just highlight it. Tippy says that she is sorry. It is okay, Tiffy. This woman here, let me tell you something. D Money says, shame on you, Seji. I wasn't the only one laughing in this comment section. Other people was laughing too. This is crazy. Gail said Ages of Chaos. Ty said, boo this man, throw tomatoes. I knew it. I didn't even see the bottom comment. And I said immediately throw tomatoes. And I knew this was you gonna put. I knew it. Tibby said, I feel bad now. I'm sorry. No. She was saying stuff directly in the chat for humor. It was like morbid, type of humor. So yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. You're good, Tippy. You are good. Sham said, LOL, Tippy cracks me up when She said, "You married?" Yeah, they do this to me all the time. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Uh, Gail said, "Wow." Tibby said, "Darn, Seji, those racists was right about you. Shame." This woman here. So I said, Tibby threw throw tomatoes at him. It's okay. Wow. Amanda said it's okay. I mean, it's okay. It's the facts, but you don't have to feel bad. I like to laugh for comfort. Yeah, see, yeah. Yeah, see, yeah, uh-huh. So I'm all right. I got saved. I'm good. Ha ha. Even I still feel bad for laughing, but yeah. Oh man. That's crazy. This man Todd was like said just like old Dr. Umar, 2 wives and looking for a third. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Let me tell you something. Diabolical. D Money said definitely losing subs after this one. Yeah. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Sham said, "Oh my God, LOL. Why hating on Sedges tonight?" It'd be like that. The tides will turn on you at any moment. It's how social media be working. It be your own people. Let me tell you. Amanda said, "I got a few belly laughs from this." Well, I'm glad that somebody was able to laugh at my pain. Let me tell you, and confusion. Gail said, "Edit out the last 15 minutes, please." I can't do that for the what's the name? Am I able to do that? I'm not even sure. Can I? I'm not sure. I don't think I ever tried. To be said, well, let me. Well, he said, "Well, let me say this to her: hands off this woman." Oh my God! Jesus Christ! This woman here, Jesus Christ! Only Tippy, only Tippy. This woman here, Lord have mercy. Ty said D Money is wait, you said D Money, his account going to poof. Wait, what you talking about? Wait, D Money is here, right? Uh oh no, okay, you joking. Okay. Ty said if it all fails, we can blame Amanda. That's crazy. Diabolical. Diabolical. Sham said, I think your wives are mad. Said Gil said saying this working overtime. Oh my goodness. D Money said, Ty, real quick. Well, I enjoyed my last days as a mod on the chat. Oh man. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness. Like I said, it was the time said you're trying to stay on as long as you can before they're gonna jump him. Oh my goodness. But I'll tell you this though, I needed that laugh though. After hearing uh uh oh my goodness. I'm going to mess up her name. I'm trying to go back to I gotta scroll back up real quick. Because I don't want to say her name because I was talking to her this whole time during the live stream. I want to make sure I get get her name right. Let me see if I can roll back. I wish, yeah, because we were, after having a conversation with like Lindsay and going through, that whole thing and thinking about the stories and stuff that I went through. Like I said, laughs are great. Like I said, laughs are very much needed and are beneficial for the soul. I can sit up there and tell you. Like I said, every now and again, that's why I tell y'all, after, these live streams and stuff, go decompress and, go watch some stuff, go catch up on some anime, some movies, spend time with family, yourself, play some video games and stuff like that. Cause, sometimes we cover topics here that, that might leave people angry or feeling a certain type of way or whatnot, whatever. And, I ain't trying to have people like stay in like a certain type of mood, while being here because I understand what that does to people and stuff. So, because like I said, I got to deal with this stuff every day, and it's consistent, whether I like it or not. So, this ain't even y'all job to sit up there and really deal with. So, And I know y'all got like relationships, families, and all that other type of stuff to deal with. So this, but yeah. Like I said, laughter is great for the soul. Tippy said, "Oh Lord." This woman here, Amanda said, "Your wife has a jealousy problem." I'm just Oh my god. The money says, "Sergi put my finest feet in the mail." Amanda said, "I don't want such a man." No. Gail said, well, my fingers at you. That's it, Gail. Taz said, let me see. D Money said Amanda says she has multiple wives. Yo, what's up, Mahoko? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? Sam says, Seji, do you think you're trying to commit on black people in DC? They're trying to do a lot of stuff. There with the whole thing deal with the police in DC. It's a whole testing ground. I think I might have mentioned it a little bit earlier, but like I told people earlier, what they are watching and what they enable to happen to black people right now, they're only going to make it worse for themselves later on, right? So, Amanda said, "I see I'm too autistic to know if I wore my welcome out, so I'm just gonna watch for now." LOL. No, you good. You're fine. You're fine. Tasha says, "Y'all don't even know what you've been talking about in the stream." No, I was talking to what was it? Wasn't I read? What was it? I thought I was responding to. Anyways, I was responding to Sham. I said what's up to Mahoko, and then I read Sham's comment, about the whole thing going on with DC and whatnot. Tippy said, Mahoko, you late or you been in the background watching us go back and forth with the hillbillies? Tippy said, let me see. Ty said, the money. This man, the money said, say he's trying to squeeze out a bit of coins out for the stream. Oh man. Let me see. Oh my god. All right, see you later, Amanda. Much appreciated for being here. Mahoko said, "Yeah, watching for a while. LOL. People were going crazy. Yeah, man. The whole thing, how people were just like saying whatnot or whatever. It was insane, insane. But like I said, we had way more people here than what we would normally have. Every now and again, depending on the topic, people will influx and flood directly in at one brief moment and stay there for some time and everything like that. But yeah, it was insane. it didn't matter what the picture or the topic was. They were just all over the place, just literally all over the place. And then once things got like real direct, and I'm not sitting up there hollering at people. This is when people, in a sense, go to sleep. That's when like all of the main like racist and whatnot that wanted to come in and debate. That's when they all left. They was like, he's talking normal now. He's trying to talk to me like a human being. He's like, I'm out of here. He's like, I'm not doing this. They're like, call me back when there's an angry black guy yelling. Like, it's crazy. That is crazy. Ty said, say some wild ish for the trolls to come and then go mute. That'd be crazy. That man said make that bread. Wait, is 420 there? Oh yeah, wait. So you would have to be in Brazil 420. Oh, okay. So it's 420 in the morning, if I'm thinking about that correctly. Yeah. Because let me see. Thinking about how the sun basically goes directly around. Yeah, so it should be like 4:20 a.m. So basically, it's morning there while still PM over here. So by the time that it turns more so towards the AM over here, it'll be, you know, early morning / afternoon over. Okay, yeah, okay, I got you. Because I gotta remember the time zones because I used to have my stuff set up differently when it dealt with like 360 and Xbox and stuff. So yeah. I got you. You said good night, all. Oh, okay. You said you're in Europe. I'm an immigrant. Okay, I got you. Tippy said, Mahoko, your name sounds Polynesian. I never thought about that. But have a good night there, man. And thanks for being a part of the stream and the conversations there. Much appreciation. Much appreciation. But yeah. So now technically we've actually made it to 4, and we weren't supposed to make it to 4. But yeah, shout out and much love and appreciation. Oh my God, oh my God, Gail. Lord have mercy. Gail be trying to crucify me every time. Let me tell you something. I can hear this woman now. Lord have mercy. Only Gail. Somebody said what? You said Dutchland? I guess you're trying to say like that's where you are? Just some guy. All right, I got you. Shout out to the those out there. Whatnot. Much much appreciation. Focus at Pacific. I used to. Oh, okay, I got you. You said it's 420 in Germany. Ah, okay. See, I haven't had my Xbox set on German time in a minute. That was what time was that? Was that like Modern Warfare 3 or something for the 360? It was either Advanced Warfare, Ghost, or something like that I had to use Germany for the time so I can like play the games early. It was one of those. But yeah, now I'm on that Netherlands time at the moment in time. Let me see. This man popped in the chat talking about, hello, follow me. What? This is not how that works. This is not TikTok. That is not how that works here. I'm too tired to technically at this moment in time be like, oh, I'm about to sit up there and man you. I'm about to go sit up there and probably get me something to drink or something like that. Probably hit up a 7-Eleven real quick. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation, any and all, for being a part of the live stream at the moment of time. Had quite a bit of people actually pull directly through on both channels at the moment of time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out to anybody, any and all of those who have donated directly to the live stream. Shout out to all my Patreon. Shout out to all my members. Who else am I trying to give a shout out directly to? Shout out to any subscribers directly out there to the channel. Even shout out to the people who ain't subscribed. I mean, you could subscribe, but shout out to the people who ain't even subscribed directly to the platform. Those numbers are high. Well, at least on the other one, it's that is crazy. So that's about yes, actually close to what we had before. That's about altogether. It's about like a good 70K. So shout out to all 70K people who pulled up. Just add up the numbers in general from both. Shout out to all 70K that pulled up to the scene. Even though I know they're not here, a lot of those people, they just 90+% of those people dropped off a while ago. But yeah, shout out to everybody that pulled up. Shout out to everybody that pulled up. Mahoko said that guy came out of nowhere. Yeah, that's crazy. You said, is he Arab? I want to say possibly. Looking at the typing and all that stuff down there, shout out to them folks out there. Tibby said 350 experience. Wait, 350? What is 350? I'm lost. Oh, Poochie. Oh, you're responding. You talking about this dude that I got directly on the screen? Yeah. Trust me. If you're on the second come, I'm going to have a video coming up, basically, going directly into that whole thing. I got 3 videos of that dude sitting up there talking. So yeah, we got that. We got that. I see you. Professor said those people don't actually care about your stream. They're just angry and trying to troll. Yeah, it'd be like that. Like I said, I'm used to it. Like I said, a lot of people can't get past the whole emotional thing and actually listen to the main point. I mean, it'd be like that. That just helps me, I guess you could say, separate those from everybody else. So it works out. Some people actually get the message and actually hear it out and understand and do something with that information, and the other people will just fall to the wayside. It'd be like that. Like I said, at the end of the day, I know that no matter what anybody can say about me, I can say that I try from all sides. And realistically, that's the main thing that matters to me, is that I at least tried and I did what it is that I could, and I'm fine with that. You know, it'd be like that. Tippy says something popped up on my screen saying that Seji, you have 375 experience with the crown. Wait, did it say? Wait, what was it saying that you have experience, or was it saying that I have experience? Because I should not have experience directly up here. Let me see. Tippy is in second place, and let me see. J-Lock got 600 points. Tippy got okay. Yeah. You're on the second channel. Oh, well, wait, was this the first one or the second one? Yeah, on the first channel, you got about 375 points. That's why. So RY is in third place. Tippy is in second place, and J-Lock is in first. Right. So then if I were to go to the other channel and I am to look directly at the stream, let me just do this real quick before we dip out. If I were to do that, so then I go here. So Brand New World got number 1, J-Lock has number 2, and D Money has number 3. And then Amanda technically would be like in 4th place and stuff like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it though, yeah, guys. That is pretty much it. You said what I get for second place. Well, nothing at the moment. We don't really got nothing set up or anything like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it though. We've been going for about like 4 hours and 19 minutes. So much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of y'all that's been here again. Shout out to any donos. Shout out to the Patreon. Shout out to the members. Shout out to subscribers, not subscribers alike, or just like random viewers that peer directly in. And much love and appreciation. Shout out to the haters. Tippy said I'm hungry. Yeah, you might as well go get some food, because that's probably what I'm about to go do. You said what I'm about to eat? I have not a clue. Got to figure something out. But yeah, shout out to y'all. And go to, well, I would say go to sleep, but I don't know. Figure out something. So peace, love, and I will see you guys in the next video and or live stream. Yo, stand up, be kind of. What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love and peace out.